Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, September the 16th. I got it written down wrong. 10th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Quick sound check, please. Can you hear me and can you see my screen? Thank you very much. All right, first of all, I'm so ticked off with IC, I cannot believe it. So I don't know if you guys saw this one after hours yesterday. I saw it right around here. First I saw this big gap down. I thought, uh-oh, what in the world is happening? Like a huge financing or something? And then it gapped up and I thought, there's no way, no way, no way, no way. And I did not want to take it, and look at it right now. I'm actually looking at this huge bottoming tail here, wondering if it's meaning anything, guys. You know how we used to talk about bottoming tails? And I'm wondering if that is meaning anything at all. I'm not saying it's going to get back down to 871, but something that is kind of weird. But anyway, after waiting seemingly for years for this one to break over 10, it did. I still can't really see any news on it. I see Wedbush is maintaining coverage, etc., but I didn't see any after hours news on it. Anyway, it is what it is. There is a ton of action in this pre-market. As Real pointed out, play. You know, yesterday we had a couple of earnings plays. Oops, we had a couple of earnings plays from the AI. We had Curve, CURV. I can't remember the other one. But we had a couple of earnings plays. In fact, let me just do a history on that. I'll tell you exactly what it was. We had Curve and Love, just absolutely rippers yesterday. Love, I mean, just kept going up. 57 was the alert. And I think it closed, I don't know if it closed at 62 or whatever it closed at, but man, what a, and Curve was another one. So, you know, we've got some interesting earnings plays today. Play being one of them. Tiger might be another one, TIGR, but I think Play. Now the other one though is also Kroger, KR on the way down. All right, Kroger on the way down, KR on the way down. Now play through the 200-day moving average. So there's that, but Kroger is on the way down. That is another earnings play. And I got some bottoming tails here. MCFE is a financing. MCFE is a financing at 2250. Yeah, so it's below the financing price. Tattoo, TTOO. I haven't seen this one for a while. Virus play. TTOO is a virus play. So it's still hanging a little bit above $1, up 25%. Wow, look at the volume, 6 million shares. But it is a huge float, 158 million in the float. I don't know if IC is a sympathy play with APLS. APLS, I mean, APLS is a huge gap down. I know you know that. Huge gap down. Phase 3 did not meet the phase 3 endpoint. So, huge gap down for APLS. Tiger is an earnings play, TIGR. China Fin is an earnings play, TIGR. Earnings play, it is gapped up a little bit here, 6%. ENDP, opioid, yeah, we'll mention that one. ENDP, settlement, ENDP. So there's a big gap up for it. Huge float, almost over a quarter of a billion in the float. I always mention that because, I mean, to get this to keep moving, you know, with that float, it's still going to take a lot. So a lot more volume coming in. A-Bus, we're seeing a lot more like this. A-Bus popping up just because they're going to be at an investment conference. ABOS. Now, I guess in theory, if they're agreeing, I guess the theory being, well, what are they going to announce? Bad stuff. So ABOS is gapped up. It's the only news I could find on it. IMPL has gapped down on a financing. IMPL gap down on a financing. It's a $15 financing, so it's above the financing price right now. Here's another one that's above the financing price. OCDX is above the financing price. Financing is at $17.50, so it's about a little over $1 above the financing price. Catapult, KPLT is active again. KPLT, active again. KPLT. And it faded a little bit off the pre-market highs, but this has had a big move after hours. I saw that one, but I couldn't take my eyes off the IC. Sumo is an earnings play. SUMO, Sumo's an earnings play. It's a gap down on earnings. 12%, it's not bad volume. Sumo Logic, big gap down on earnings. In fact, this is an all-time low, almost an all-time low, guys. I guess the all-time low is here at 1650. So it's almost at an all-time low. Vince, I haven't seen this one for a long time. As they would call it, a troubled retailer. But Vince is gapped up on earnings, big gap up. Look at that, 978 after hours yesterday. It's pulled way back though. Yeah, SOS is up. All I saw was a sympathy play with crypto. That's all I saw with news on it. Okay, I guess they're reporting 6-month interim financials. Okay, that's more news on it. MRSN is a gap down. MRSN is a gap down on I don't see the reason. In fact, I see that they're going to be hosting they're going to be presenting at an upcoming event. Well, that was on the 7th. I don't see any new news for MRSN. There's got to be something out there that is causing this, but I don't see what it is. SY is another earnings play. SY, another earnings play. A gap up for it. Cheaper company. And as I was opening the room, DXLG. And I don't see any specific. I'm just looking for headlines here. I mean, they did I guess they did a financing, announced the financing after hours yesterday. Excuse me. And I don't see at 610 a share, so it's a little bit above the financing price. DXLG, a little bit above the financing price. Anybody see any news on MRSN? I just don't see any recent news for MRSN causing this this gap down. Boy, IC's been up and down, up and down. I keep looking at that bottoming tail, wondering if it truly means anything. So we've got a bunch of price target 21 for Wedbush for IC. We've got Cowan with a $25 price target. We've got Stifle with a $25 price target. These are all for IC. And we got Credit Suisse with a price target of 18, a little more conservative. So we've got a bunch of price targets for IC. I'm just sort of aware of this bottoming tail here. All right, a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades from the analysts this morning from briefing.com. Morning, Jan, in our YouTube room. Lots of action this morning. Well, man. And my option scanner was on fire yesterday. Maybe even a little too many alerts. Couple of downgrades for Sumo. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Thing is, we've seen this time and again. I know what you mean. It's not showing up in some of my other charts either, but we see this time and again, these topping tails. Sometimes, even though they look like they're out of nowhere and they don't print in other charts, we've seen for some reason in our charts that they can be a precursor to something happening. But, no guarantees. But it is drifting down. I'm not saying it's going to come down to $8, of course, but all right, let me do a quick check to see what sort of what we're getting from the major sectors this morning from our sector status window, or sector status channel, I should say. All right, now we're in for a big open, actually. That's right, we're in for a nice big open here. The SPY is up quite a bit. Most of of course, all the indices are up. Shouldn't say, of course. Even energy is up. So what you're seeing here, when you see 100%, what that means is that for the stocks that make up the XLE, every single stock is above yesterday's close right now. You can see tech, 86% of them, financials, 87% of them, staples, on and on and on. So, is there a weak sector? Not really. I mean, the weakest sector right now, in terms of percent, is real estate. But we are in for a robust open. Every single sector is up. Look at that, 100%. Just strange action for IC right now. Strange action. But anyway, 919. Lots of... I haven't mentioned a couple of these more expensive... Actually, Echo. If you're looking at Echo, don't. It's a buyout, okay? So and the buyout's at 48.25. So, excuse me, if you're wondering why I haven't talked about Echo, that's the reason. It is a buyout. And Affirm, AFRM. not a buyout. It's an earnings play. So for those of you looking for more expensive stocks or don't mind trading the more expensive stocks, AFRM is a big, look at this big gap, huge gap, $20, 20%. Actually, Zach, it's got more. It's got about 3 or 4 upgrades, some all the way up to $25 in terms of a price target. Keep an eye on GEVO also, guys. I mean, of course, that was the huge one from yesterday. GEVO, GEVO. I was watching it after hours. Just give me a moment here, guys. Probably know what I've been doing. Where's GEVO? Oh, I see. Okay. So keep an eye on GEVO. I was watching this one after hours, and I got a little hopeful right there on that. That was at 4 o'clock. Looked like it was going to pop up, and then it dropped down. So I forgot about it, and then of course I was swearing at ICE. Okay, so anyway, keep an eye on GEVO. I have a price alert around 8:30. That was looks like those were the highs from yesterday. It still has room if it can take that out. I think the next high looking left on the weekly chart, yeah, it was 964. So, keep an eye on it. And it's still decent volume. Almost traded the float yesterday. And play continues. And what do we have here for, this is the high over here, 38.90, so it's above that high on the daily chart. Let's back this out on the weekly chart. What's the next high looking left? 39.53, so it's above that high. And the next high is 39, so 40, there might be some resistance around that 40 level. This would not surprise me if this turns up on the AI today. Whoa, okay, guys, you know what I've done with IC. I don't care if that's a misprint. Oh. Well, if I can't get you one way, I'm going to try you the other way. And that's the IC. We used to pay attention to these bottoming tails that appeared on our Trade Ideas charts, and even though they weren't appearing on other charting programs, we used to see these, and it was like almost like a magnet for a lot of them. I would say, 70% of them maybe. If play takes out that 40 level, again, it would not surprise me if this is going to be an AI alert. I don't know for sure, of course. I don't know what strategy it would come from, but when you say what parameter can you adjust to detect early, what do you mean by that exactly, Rad? If you're talking with the AI, there is nothing. This is just a, I like to call it a guess, but just based on what happened yesterday with a couple of the earnings plays. Okay, first of all, okay, very few rules in the room. Rad, I think you're probably new. Take all those things off topic, unless it's a specific, not just to you, but to anybody else, unless it's a specific stock you're talking about. That's why we have a tab called Stocks Only. Everything else basically is off topic. So when you say you have scanners to see if the scanner would alert early on. So for instance, here are my scanners that I'm using in the pre-market as an example, okay? So they're all, obviously you can see they're all firing. One of the reasons that you may not be getting anything is if one of your filters is the relative volume filter, you will not get any pre-market data, okay? So if you right click and if one of your filters is the relative volume filter, you will not get any data. So that might be one reason, okay? Now I'm sharing all those scans. All you have to do is go to my home page, and to anybody else, of course. Go to my home page and go to the scan section. Okay, and go to the scan section, and these are the four that I use: the gap up, down, and pre-market actives up and down in the pre-market. You can see where I'm getting all my. It's not magic. I mean, it's very not simple. Well, it is simple. I mean, this is a very simple simple scan. Come on down, UIC. I know, I'm sorry. I'm still ticked off about it. Not because it went up. I mean, I'm glad for anybody, just because it went up without me. Play continues to make new highs, guys. Play continues to make new highs. Whoops. Big spread right now. But again, the key level I think was $40. Right around 40. And APLS is continuing to move down here. Late stage negative data, guys. That's what's going to happen. All right, so I've covered some of my IC in case it cannot break that 13 mark. All right, 9:29 and 30 seconds. So 30 seconds to the open. Let's have a great end to this trading week, everybody. All right, just give me one moment. All right, guys, I'm now back. All right, here we are at the open. All right, so Catapult is actually moving down now. KPLT moving down now. Excuse me, I'm just waiting on the IC. I have a little bit left to see if it really cracks the routine. If it doesn't, give me one moment, please. I just lost some audio here on my end. And we're back. Yeah, listen. If you're getting there's a little bit of chart lag anyway with this with the new build and all. But if you are getting more than what you think you should be getting, then just click on account and reset connection. Okay. Morning, Karush. Play right through 40 now, guys. Now, I don't take early trades, so this could run away on me. But I'm just waiting to see if we have any sort of a pullback for it. Jen, this is it right here. There's my homepage link. Okay. Okay, guys, all out of the IC. See what happened to Jivo. Okay, so Jivo is giving it up, guys. So Jivo did not hold that 8 level, so that's off my focus for now anyway. ENDP continues. Wow, look at this. So it took out the pre-market highs, guys. So this is on an opioid settlement. And I guess they're trying to put that in their rear view mirror as a company. So we got Tiger by a tail here, guys. TIGR is an earnings play. TIGR is an earnings play. And coming into, let's see, the next high looking left is 1483. So, and after that, 15. So probably a lot of resistance in this 15 area. But it is an earnings play. Lots of volume coming in. Yeah, Pays is having some action. I did see it in the pre-market. I think I saw some news about it. Tiger, guys, is moving. But again, I usually don't take any trades for the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. Obviously, that doesn't count for the pre-market, but I think Pays... This was yesterday. Okay. Paysign. This was from yesterday, guys. Circulation of an early tip ranks article entitled 3 Strong Buy Stocks Flirting with a Bottom, mentioning this with a bottom. And they mentioned that stock. So that is, I think that's what happened yesterday from tip ranks. All right. Well, ICE is making an ISEE He's just making a new high, not a pre-market high. But I was glad to take the short. Hey, Paradox. All right, there's the play, guys. Now, here's the big pullback for play. There's a classic reason why I don't chase things early on. So there's the pullback for play. Now let's see if it takes out 40 again and moves from there. All right, guys, keep an eye on OTLY. Keep an eye on OTLY. What did it hit in the pre-market? Up to 1751. Now that we have, let's see, 1718 and 1733 and 1753. So, you know, there's little pockets of resistance. These next highs looking left. All right, well, I see completely reversed. That's okay. I took that short. I can tell you exactly. I got in around 1371. I covered most around 1315. I just wanted to see if that bottoming tail meant anything. It meant something for a while anyway. But now IC is right back up. And run is actually not an earnings play. It is an AI play, not an earnings play. So I'm keeping an eye on the OTLY. I think there might be a little too much resistance near term, but well, guys, obviously we have another winner from my option scanner so far. Huge winner. You know what it is? Well, just to show you, IC at 1380. It is now 1444. This is what I'm talking about right there, guys. 1380 was the alert. With all those upgrades, it's definitely eye-catching. Upgrades and price targets ranging from, I don't know, was it set 18 to 25? I think four analysts piped in this morning. Look at MRSN, guys. I still don't know if there's any specific news on it. All right, guys, we have a certifiable winner now from the ISEE. It's a dollar move, not quite a dollar move. Almost a dollar move. There's the dollar move. Dollar move. You guys watch Billions? Dollar bill. Anyway, ICE. ISEE. And we have pays now, guys. Pays now in the option scanner. And we have tattoo in the option scanner. Again, you don't have to take them right away. You can see how they're trading a little bit. But look at pays. Relatively low float also. 31 million in the float. I was just going to mention Fizz, guys. Fizz is an earnings play, F-I-Z-Z, earnings play. When you look left on the monthly chart, what do we see? We see $54 as the high. Let's take a look at the weekly chart. Let's see what the next high is. So we're over 50, huge psychological number to get through. 51.87 on the weekly chart. It's the next high looking left. Again, I'm not saying this is, that's where it's going to get to, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance until you hit that level. Whoa, look at Sava, guys. Sava, big move over 50. Big move over $50. Well, Run is talking, Real may not know this, but Run is also an AI alert. MRSN continues down. I still could not see any specific news on it. What a gap down though, guys. I mean, look at this. I just don't see any news. I mean, the last news I have from IB is that yesterday, but maybe the filings. I guess it's the filings. I didn't look at the filings, but obviously they're not good. Yeah, so that was obviously, I do see, I just didn't look at it. I like to see if it had a headline, but I didn't actually look at the filings themselves, so. Ah, man, I just feel I've missed the boat on this MRSN. I want to chase it down now, but wow. All right, so it is now 9:45, so I have a delay on these two, my watch list up and down, a purposeful delay for 15 minutes. You can see here are the alerts as they came in right, when the market opened. First one was at 9:32. I just, in this one here, I delay the alerts for 15 minutes. Like to see things settle down just a little bit. HLBZ, guys. HLBZ was a big one yesterday. Did pull back quite a bit, though. You know, got up to what? It got up to 1640. In fact, it pulled back a lot. Got up to around 1660, and it pulled all the way down to 10. I mean, that's a huge drop. So be careful if you're going to take a look at this one. Well, so far a nice little winner from the AI on the run. I will talk about that in a little while. All right, now, as I said yesterday regarding the options, any scanner really, you know, you can treat them like watch lists, okay? So the pays, P-A-Y-S, it triggered at 352. You can see that it's pulled back a little bit. So what I'm going to do is just put an alert at the high right up here, just a bit above the trigger price. See if it gets back up there later on. The only thing that's going to make me happy about MRSN is if IB tells me there's no shorts available, and unfortunately there are tons. Really, Pays has earnings after hours today. Very rare does a company release after hours. And you're right, at August 10th post-market, very rarely, especially a US company. Surprised. Has anything been halted? Not on my end. Oh, MRSN. So here was the alert we had. 936, 908 now. I did not take it. There's a catapult doing KPLT again as a watch list. Remember, it's a watch list, so you don't have to get in right at the alert. You don't have to get in it at all if you don't like it. But you know, if so, you get an alert at 708. It dropped down a little bit. The high in the pre-market was up at 735. I'd be putting an alert around 711, 712. See if it takes that back again and continues. It's yeah, it's a modest float. 48 million in the float. Well, I guess what happened, you know, I didn't read it because it wasn't a headline so much, but they had a filing. No, this is that's another one. No, it was a filing. I'm sorry. So it was a filing last night. MRSN had a filing last night, and I guess you had to look into the filing, and obviously not that great. That's correct, Douglas and Kelly. Well, Okay, all the option scanner is doing, it's just looking, it's just another way of finding stocks that have abnormal trading days. Okay, so they're having abnormal option trading days. I'm not trading the options. So this was just another way to identify, as opposed to, we have a relative volume filter, which is excellent also, but it was just another way to identify stocks having abnormal trading days, zeroing in on the option activity. It's that simple. And I put it together maybe, I don't know, 4 months ago, 3, 4, 5 months ago, I can't remember anymore, and it's just been performing in a stellar fashion. Not every single alert you get, of course, is going to be incredible, but I'm just finding that it's giving me, on a consistent basis, great stocks to look at all day long. KAVL is, so this got halted on the way down, yes. KAVL got halted on the way down. So that's why I'm saying with the PAYS, the PAYS, you get the alert at 352. Come on, charts are still a little bit lagging a little bit here. Okay, so we had the alert at 352. So what did it do? It dropped, it pulled back. So what I've done is I've set another alert around the highs and see if it takes it out. Why? Well, actually, I should check this here. You see, the only issue I got a couple issues with the PAYS. I mean, if I look left on the weekly chart, I see 373, I see 365. So these two areas could stall it. I mean, so that's the first thing I do when I get an alert, because virtually every single one of my alerts is at the high of the day or at the low of the day. So that's why I'm always looking left. Look left, look left, look left on the daily, weekly, and the monthly chart to see where the next high is. I love it, so if I see the high, the next high, relatively close to the alert price, it gives me pause. Well, it's my personal scam, but I'm sharing it. I mean, all you have to do is just go to my homepage, excuse me, go to my homepage and it's there. It's called Unusually Strong Option Volume, something like that. You just don't say. I don't show this one. No, there's a semi-obvious reason. Okay, well, if you have interactive brokers, excuse me, Tim. Sorry, guys, I got a catch in my throat. Just a minute here. If you have interactive brokers, that's what you'll see. So at this point, it's pointing to a 552 open. It's not 100%. You'll see this flipping around. Not in this case. It's pretty steady right now. But that's in interactive brokers. Other platforms must have something similar. Couldn't tell you. If you don't have IB, I can't tell you where you find it with your platform. I don't know what DR options are. In IB, it's okay, guys, I'm not sick. In IB, it's called time and sales. Okay, just go to File. File and then New Window, and look for time and sales. And I just use the time and sales. I don't even know what the multi-instrument is. Just a simple time and sales. Oh, the don't repeat. I'm sorry. Okay, I thought it was some kind of fancy option term. And don't repeat just means, just like it says, don't repeat. So for instance, in this my watch list, it says ENDP, the alert was at 9:51, at 2:87, and it's in the this is also in don't repeat. I know it doesn't say don't repeat, but it is don't repeat. So I can go back now. When I see an alert, I can see the time, of course, I can see the price, and then I can say, okay, what did it do from there? So you can see, so far, so good. This is why I put a lot of things on don't repeat, so I can kind of go back in time and see, okay, how well did it do from the original alert? Now it's the same thing with the don't repeat on the option. So I can say, okay, pays. The original alert was at 9:41, at 3:52, hasn't moved from there yet. Now the way to use it is that sometimes you miss an alert. You're doing other things, you miss an alert. And so when you see it in the don't repeat fashion, you say, oh man, I wonder if it's moved from there. Do I still have time to get into it? Look at Sava, guys. Sava is on the move here. SAVA breaking through 50 at 51 now. Whew, lots of action this morning. A lot of action from the AI actually too. I'm going to get into that in a little bit. There's IC, guys, right back up over 15. It's a great break on the 2-minute chart. I mean, that was a huge run in the 2-minute chart. Now you notice IC is showing up on my watch list right up here at 15:05. So if you're wondering, well, why did it take so long? Well, okay, first of all, the trigger is a new high for the day. So you can see right up here, there was the new high, or there's the high. It was around 15:02, I guess. So you wouldn't get the alert until it took out the high of the day. If you were wondering. Doesn't mean you can't trade it before then. But in this watch list, that is the trigger. Now, I should point out what happened here, guys. I was demonstrating how you can take a trade on a pullback yesterday. I'll get into this Brokerage Plus window in a bit. And so, obviously, I left that in overnight. Would never let this happen if you're really, in fact, I'm just going to get rid of it all. You would never let this happen if you were truly in the trade. To be up 47, not that 47 is huge, but you wouldn't let it turn into a $100 loss. At least you shouldn't. I'm going to go over, the simulator. Let me just... You hear somebody in the background? Where are you, Becca? There you are. Okay. Feeding time. Okay, sorry guys. Look at Sava, guys. Man, oh man, Sava is having a real run here. So the ENDP now is probably over 3 now. Is it over 3? Are you over 3? I'm really a little ticked off with this chart lag. Even Dan Merkin, our CEO, was upset with it yesterday. So here we are, 304. Guys, Otley, OTLY. What a day. Okay, just give me a moment. Now, ENDP does not actually, it does trade options, but in my scanner, I need to have it at 300%. So, excuse me. So that's why it's not showing up on my option scanner. Everything else, with all the other filters, would pass, but the option volume today has to be 300%, which means it has to be 3 times normal. So at this point, that is not happening. So, I mean, I believe it'll probably happen later on. You know, as more option contracts or as there is more and more option activity over the course of the day. There is a ton of action this morning, guys. I mean, you know, it's hard to, I mean, look at the apples, the APLS. This is one of those ones which I think this is, yeah, phase 3 endpoints not met. Devastating for a company, of course, when the phase 3 endpoints are not met. And at the opposite end of the scale, ENDP with an opioid, I think that's right? The opioid settlement. So trying to put that mess behind them, obviously, and there's the gap up, huge gap up, 49%, and which is really extraordinary with that float, 229 million in the float. That's a big gap up, but that's, you know, that's the news. For ENDP, no, not ENDP, paradox. All right, guys, Pays is back up now. You're not referring to ENDP 480 pre-market, are you? Or ABUS, okay, ABUS, okay. SOS, guys, is, well, it's above 3. It's holding 3. I think it's a big float. All right, McAfee is now at the, well, it's below the financing price. McAfee, MCFE. 2250 is the financing, so it's a little bit below the financing. And it's starting to move down further. Is that an airplane? I've got my my headset on, so it's noise canceling is on, but I think I hear an airplane. All right, so the KAVL resumed, and it's a little bit of a pop down. So let's see why. Just means the company is raising money at a share price. So they're issuing, usually, well, I would say most of the time, 99% of the time, they're issuing more shares at a certain price to raise money, which goes directly to the company. Existing shareholders never like that. Usually the financing is done at a discount to the current price. So that's number one. Number two, if you're an existing shareholder, that means your position is being diluted because they're adding more shares. So typically the initial reaction to a financing is negative. Now, it depends, sometimes when you have to read about the financing, why they're raising money. Obviously, if they're raising money just to keep the business open, that's not good. But a lot of times, especially with a bio, McAfee's not a bio, of course, but with a bio, maybe they've had a big run up in price on exciting news, and so they take that opportunity to raise money at a higher price in order to fund more and more of whatever they're doing. So for instance, though, take a look at OCDX. OCDX did a financing, and yeah, so here is sort of the bit of the anomaly. OCX did a financing, and it was at $17.50. That's a huge move. That's a big price. No, it's $1.50. $2.50. Yeah, my goodness, that's $2.50 above the financing price. $1.50. I'm sorry, it's $1.50 above the financing price. So that's not typical, but maybe. People, shareholders or the analysts or whoever, markets looking at it, say, okay, they're raising the money for all the right reasons, as an example. But I would say that, at least 90%, if not more, financings, you will not see, the day of anyway, the price above the financing price. Yeah, McAfee is just that's typically what happens. The financing is at $22.50. That is more typical rather than the other one that I just talked about, the OCDX. Now, with the OCDX though, you might think, okay, maybe this is just a momentary blip upwards, and it might start drifting down towards that financing price. Especially all right, guys, look at pays. Now, if you're in the room for the first time, understand, I don't tell anybody to what to do. Point out opportunities. I said a couple of times on the pays, maybe to set an alert at the original alert from the option scanner, because it pulled back almost immediately. Now, it did it. Now, if you want to trade it, that's up to you. But you're not going to hear me say, okay guys, everybody should be in pays now. A couple of reasons for that. A, I'm not a financial advisor, so I cannot do that. B, this room is really about teaching you, well, first of all, showing you how Trade Ideas works. And that's obviously I work for Trade Ideas, so that is a scanner I'm using. But also there are many trading styles in this room. You know, I happen to be a momentum trader. Somebody who likes to see stocks near the highs of the day or lows of the day to short. But that's not everybody likes to do that. A lot of people like to take pullbacks. Absolutely fine. I'm just not a big pullback player. Why? Because I learned early on that I cannot really concentrate on all sorts of different setups all day long. So I had to try to figure out what worked for me and concentrate on that. There's just too many opportunities. This APLS might be even hard. I never tried to get it actually. Could have done that in the pre-market. Wow, that pre-market move, or from the pre-market. Well, it depends. You know, I mean, it really depends on what I'm seeing. You know, I mean, if something pops, especially a cheap one, if it pops 20 or 30 cents, you know, and you're staring at a 10 or 15% move in a couple of minutes, it's hard not to take some for me anyway. It's hard not to take some profit. Yeah, I like to see at least a 2-to-1. At least a 2-to-1. I mean, a lot of people won't do anything unless it's a 3-to-1, but I like to see at least a 2-to-1. No regrets, Fender. There'll be another one. Oh, look at this. You know, I stared at this one all day yesterday, TUEM. This was an earnings play yesterday, and look what it did. It just drifted down, 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 down. I thought it might be a little too cheap for me to short. I didn't think I didn't think it would move that much. You know, it wasn't a super low float, but look at it now. This is a second day continuation off earnings. Continuation down on earnings. All right, so now a bus has showed up in the option scanner. Now here's the pre-market highs are not way up here, so 480. So that might, that might be the little bit of resistance. Number one, might be. So ENDP again from my scanner here, 287. Obviously a great move from there. EEIQ, I did see you post that, Sam. EEIQ. Yeah, wow, what a move! What a move! Look at the volume. Okay, now this one obviously look at the float. If that is correct, I mean, sometimes, I say this every day. You go to 10 different websites, you'll probably find 10 different float numbers for something like this. But whatever it is super low. I mean, it's going to obviously trade the float. 1.5 million have traded already, 20 times normal. Never show up on my option scanner. Why? Doesn't trade options. There's a simple reason. Here's another one on the way down, guys. MRVI. This is not an earnings play. Okay, this is a secondary So what was the price? Announces the prices of the secondary, and it is at $50 a share. So again, here's another financing. You're asking about financings. The financing's at $50. It's at 48 now and drifting down. What a morning. Okay, guys. Well, I know maybe a little early. Zach, I'll let you know when I stop so you can come back in. I know you don't like listening to me when I go my spiel. But it's got to be done. First of all, welcome to the room. If you are new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Monday to Friday. I share my screen live on the mic. And as always, I'm going to start off with my home page. All right, on my homepage. Now in the main trading room, I have a tab called Barry's Homepage, so you can that's available all day long. So if you click on that, this is the link to my homepage, and this is what you'll see. So first of all, if you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, you can use this promo code Barry4Alpha for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. So you click on Get Trade Ideas. Oops. And this is what you will see. Well, you have 4 plans. We have an annual monthly for premium and standard. The premiums on an annual basis is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI, which I'll go over, okay, in a little bit. You don't have to have an annual plan. You want to go monthly, that's fine. $118, $228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only, all right? Please listen carefully. First month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. We get a lot of, not complaints, but emails saying, hey, how come I'm paying more than that first month? Well, that's the reason. It's only good for the first month, that discount. If it weren't, then why would anybody take on an annual subscription? More information on my homepage. Trade of the week is sent to you before the, okay, first of all, these are free sections. Trade of the week, my stock of the day, and the education. These are all free sections. So the trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at around noon Eastern time. And if you're new to Trade Ideas or you're thinking about Trade Ideas, you can click on this link. And here are the introductory lessons. If you're new to Trade Ideas, I really encourage you, before you do anything else, scratching your head, well, I don't know what a top list is. I don't know what an alert window is. Well, here they are. Price alerts, back testing. Here is the AI. We nicknamed it Holly. Okay, so information about that, and Brokerage Plus, this window you see here. So a lot of information there. And the other thing I should always point out, save my link. There's a ton of information in the education section and in my scan section, as I'll get to in a minute. Daily support. Between 12 and 1, I do take a break, and another one of the traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Friday, so it should be handy. Before I take my break, I will pop the link into the room. Daily webinars, so there's not one today. Next week, the webinar schedule is Monday and Wednesday, but you can sign it. We have webinars Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but we're staggering them now. So next week it is Monday and Wednesday. You can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos about trade ideas. Starting trade ideas from scratch. The AI. If you're new to trading, completely new to trading, or really new to trading, great little 36-part video series. Michael Noss from Trade Ideas put it together. It starts off with what is a stock? And trading ebooks that we put together. So a lot of information in that section right here. And of course, here's my scan section. Here's a sample layout. It looks a lot like what you're seeing here. Not quite. but there's a layout that I'm sharing, plus individual scans, including my absolute favorite, moving higher with unusually strong options. So a lot of scans that I am sharing. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. The gap up and down shared, pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. So again, I don't go over any one of them, really. It would take obviously way too much time, but that's why you save my link, and then you can take a look at these 2 sections whenever you want. I think my coffee has been spiked with an extra dose of caffeine or something. I feel revved this morning. That is incorrect, Nabil. That is incorrect. You do not get 25% for the second month. You get 25% if you upgrade it to an annual, okay? That is incorrect. That 25%, that any discount that we have is for the first month only. All right, now what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market, okay? That's what we are. We're a scanner. And I just want to emphasize that because it doesn't matter, first of all, it doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. I'm not getting as many emails like that. It's funny, you know, we get an email, I live in, X country, can I use Trade Ideas? It doesn't matter where you live, you can use Trade Ideas. We only scan the U.S. market though, we will not scan your local exchange. And it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. This is an example of a scan, basic new highs and lows. If I right click on the scan and I click on configure and then I click on summary, this is the scan I've got. So you always start off, if you're creating your own scan, you always start off with the filters. If I just wanted to see stocks making new highs and new lows without any filters, of course I'd be inundated with alerts all day long. So you create some filters. So what I'm looking for in this particular scan, stocks between 1 and 20, 400,000 shares, etc. It's not a matter of my going over the individual filters. It's just the concept, and that's how you start building your own scans if you want to. So if a stock meets these filter requirements and makes either a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why I see these. And of course, if you took my scan, again from my scan section, and you looked at it again, you thought, well, I like the idea, but I want a different I want a different price range. You can change it. If you want it between 10 and 60. Notice how I'm just changing it. I'll click on the summary, see how it has changed. I'm not going to, but you can change it, of course. You can customize it a little bit more if you want to do that. Now, the other really good thing about Trade Ideas, in my opinion, is that you do not have to learn a programming language. We feel we have put together, if I get a right click, configure on an alert window, and I click on search, we feel we put together enough alerts. These are all the alerts that we have. And when it gets to these icons, these are all the filters that we have. So we feel we have enough that for the vast majority of our customers, if you want to put together your own scan, you can with the combination of the alerts and filters that we have. But again, if you're just starting out, I've got all my scans that I'm sharing. You don't have to know how to put together a scan at the beginning if you want to use my scans. We also have a channel bar. If you click on new, and if you're not using our latest beta, I would encourage you to do that, because then you'll know if you don't have an option called dock channel bar, that means you're not on the beta. You click on that, and here is the channel bar that we have. These are all themed channels with layouts within. The nice thing about the new version that we've got is now you can click on a channel and your layout will not disappear. In the past you couldn't do that. You could only have one layout loaded at a time, but now that's a thing of the past. So for instance, if I click on the momentum channel and I look at this and I go, here's something called the Momo channel, or the Momo, well, it's a channel, but there's a scan called Momo. I can take a look at what it's looking for. If I like what it's looking for, if I don't want to change the price range or anything like that, and all I have to do, I just have to save this to the cloud. And so the concept that I'm really trying to show people here is that you can go through each channel, take a look at the individual scans, and if it's something that you think you might like to have as part of your layout, you just take the scan and you save it to the cloud. You move on to the next one. Let's go to stock surging. The action is heating up. That looks interesting. Save it to the cloud. So you can start to extract different scans from all the different themed channels that we have. Once you've done that, you would see them, file, load from cloud, and you would see them. If I'd save them, you would see them right at the top here, and you would just start loading them one by one, thereby creating your own layout. So you didn't even have to know how to create scans at the beginning. So we try to make it super simple. What do you get? You mean to our premium service, Joe? From standard to premium? Is that what you mean? Yeah, right now, I'll have to check our website. So are you talking about going to an annual, Joe, from a monthly to an annual? Okay, so you're talking about going from a standard monthly to a premium monthly. Okay. If you give me, I'm going to private message you, okay, and give me your email. I'm not sure. I mean, normally the discounts that we offer is if you go from a monthly to an annual. But maybe, I don't know. I honestly don't know. But I'm going to private message you, and so hopefully you can see. Give me your email address, okay, and I'll contact accounting and see what they do, okay? Hopefully you can see. I've just started a private chat to you. I've just typed in test. I don't want you to put your email address in such that everybody can see it. So hopefully you can see the private chat that I just started. Okay, great. And that's the email that you used. That's the email you used to sign up for Trade Ideas, right? Okay. Okay, I've got it. Just give me a moment. I'm going to contact accounting. Second here. Okay, so I'm just asking the question to account. I actually don't know. Now, understand though, if we do it, that discount's only good for the first month. You know that. Okay. So I'm just waiting for an answer. I mean, I can see at least 15%, okay? But let me just see if I can... Well, I'm answering questions too, Chris, okay? So, you know, there's off topic. So I was answering this question here about a discount. Okay, Nabil, if you give me your email address, I can probably help you there also. Actually, you know what? All you have to do is do this. Contact Kelly at trade-ideas.com. Give her your email, okay? And I'm sure, and tell her what you want to do, and I'm sure we can help you do something like that, okay? That is a more standard one. All right, guys. So, wow, the AI went crazy today. Let me talk a little bit about the AI, all right? And man, look at the market. Wow, it is a big sell-off here. Tech is still up a smidge, but it's a big sell-off for the market. We've had, let's see, the first hour, an hour and 15 now, straight down. So, our premium service. You need our premium service. I'm going to show you what the AI looks like. This is, you know, a lot of alerts today. Haven't seen AI be this active for a while. But a lot of alerts today. This is what happens. You have an entry, you have a stop. How you trade them will be up to you. You notice the APLS was a short, 33.44. Look at it now, 28.66. Okay? And how you trade it will be up to you. But obviously on that one alone, if you shorted that one alone, that would have been an awesome short. But you have an entry price, you have a stop price, and again, I keep saying it like this, but how you trade it will be up to you. There's no video to show you how to trade it. But in order to see it, just click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Again, this is a premium service. And that will be, you know, never mind these two windows. This is part of the docking that I've done. But this is the window that you'll see. And all you have to do is, I would add this to your layout so you don't have to do it every morning. Nothing happens until at least 9:35. So, you know, if you open Trade Ideas before the market opens, this window will be blank, and just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay, just give me a moment. So Joe, I just talked to Kelly, and she'll do it. So that's what you want to do? That's a for sure? She's just asking me. Well, okay, so it's not for sure then. You won't do it until tomorrow. So do you want her to process it for tomorrow? Or Monday? Sounds like you're not sure. So do it now. Do it now. I mean, she's waiting. Okay, I'm trying. Okay, I'll tell her to go ahead. Okay, thanks. Okay, you should see it sometime soon, okay? If you're private messaging me, Joe, unfortunately, there's a little bit of a bug in this. I can't see them. There's a little bit of a bug in this trade in the trading room software. So I cannot see your posts. Meanwhile, my goodness, what is the market doing here? Getting a ton of stocks moving down. Oh, there we go. I can see you. Yes, if you switch to annual, yes. So the same thing for you, Mama Bull. Just contact Kelly at trade-ideas.com. Give her your email address that you use to sign up with Trade Ideas, okay? And tell her what you want to do. Yeah, you can go back to standard. If you don't like it, absolutely. Just let us know before the month runs out, okay? Whew, what a morning. I am just trying to catch up here now. So we see what I'm doing with the ABUS. So we had the alert at 461 and it's dropping. It has dropped. I don't know. I mean, most of these ones don't care so much what the market's doing. These smaller ones. I don't trade ETFs, Trey. Okay, now let's talk a little bit about this, what you see here called Brokerage Plus. So, in order to see this window, you must be using our downloadable application, not available if you're using the web-based version. I'm going to put this link to Brokerage Plus. So they're linked to Brokerage Plus. So what happens is this. There's two videos here. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window from within Trade Ideas to trade either of those two accounts, okay? Listen carefully though. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you can't use this feature we've got. That's all, okay? But remember, we're a scanner first and foremost, so of course you can use Trade Ideas with any broker. You just cannot use this window, that's all. Okay? The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this. So it's about 26 minutes long. If you want to use this window to trade your IB or E-Trade account, or, as I'm going to go over, you want to practice trading, which I really encourage before you commit money to the market. You can use our simulator, and it uses our real-time data. Do I have any averages of AI price alerts per day? You mean how many you get? I don't have anything like that, if that's what you mean. Today is definitely a more active day than I've seen for a while. I don't know why. It's just the way it is. But I would say, maybe 8 to 10 alerts. All right, guys, so you've heard me say this probably a few times. For the AI, I like to concentrate on the ones under $20. So that's why, I talked initially about the OTLY, O-T-L-Y. I wish I'd taken the APLS, of course, but the OTLY has turned into a nice trade. And, I don't show the AI all day long, of course, because it's not fair for those of you who pay for it if I'm just going to display the AI alerts all day long. So, yeah, I don't know. I really don't know, Gary. I would say you don't have to take them all, though. I don't take all the AI alerts. I have a certain price range that I like to trade. And we don't recommend auto trading either, the AI. So consequently, the prudent spending only usually means, well, what happens if I get 15 alerts and I'm taking them all? Okay? That's what that usually means, and we don't, recommend, number one, auto trading. So you can kind of pick and choose, certain ones may appeal to you a lot more than others. It's not just an AI alert when if I get anything, any idea from any one of my scanners, I'm always looking left to see, okay, how much more can it go? Before it's going to hit into the next high, looking left on the daily, monthly, and the weekly. So if I got an AI alert and I saw a lot of resistance nearby, I won't take it. I would probably wait to see if it took out that resistance, and maybe I would get interested, but, just because I get an alert, doesn't mean, I'm just going to hop into the trade. So unpaused, do you mean paused, James? Okay. Well, first of all, pause is the typical. Okay, you don't unless you don't want to do anything and just let the system. First of all, the surfing works like this. If you have some top list windows running, it's going to take a look at the top 3 as you have them sorted. So if I click on surfing right now, I don't know where it's going. It's telling me right now the earnings plays down. So take a look right there. Earnings plays down. You see it's on CXM right now, on Vince. Now it'll go to CXM. It'll go to Tiger Next, Tiger Next. Okay. So it goes through now it'll go to another. Now it's going to my AI. Okay. It'll take a look at the top 3. And it'll just keep cycling through all the top list windows that you have. If you have our premium service, it'll look at the top 3. And when I say top 3, I'm talking about as they have them sorted. Okay, you can sort on different columns, of course. So you see right now it's gone up to Vince, back up. These are the only 3. I only have 2 top list windows. and this. So this is all it's going through. And it'll just keep cycling through them until you tell it, A, to stop, you to toggle on and off, or if you click on a symbol. Okay, you click on a symbol and it will stop. Or if I'm surfing and all of a sudden I see something I like, because it's going to, I don't know what the default is, 4 or 5 seconds per chart. But if you want to take a look at a chart longer, you just have to go to the chart. Notice how it's paused. You might want to take a look at the chart a little bit longer. Maybe you want to trade the stock. And once you back off the chart, it'll start surfing again. Okay? Surfing is kind of cool, because what you can do is, I don't generally surf because number one, I don't have too many topless windows running, but a certain time of the day you might just get tired of clicking. You just want to have the system load things for you, and who knows, it might show you something you would have missed, and you go, whoa, I like this one, as an example, and you say, okay, I want to trade it. So it's kind of an interesting way just to kind of sit back and let the system load charts for you. Well, I'll look back on the daily first, and then if I don't see anything on the daily, because my daily is only going back a few days, then I'll look at the weekly. If I don't see anything on the weekly, then I'll look at the monthly. I'm not going to go back though like 10 years. Some people say, but Barry, there was a high 10 years ago. I probably don't even consider more than 2 years ago as anything to worry about, in my opinion. Okay, now I have not gone into simulation. I'm just going to quickly go over this, and we're talking about money management. You get into trading, you really, really, really have to but you have to have a trading plan. And part of your trading plan is money management. How much you're going to risk per trade? Where am I going to put a stop? That's what I do anyway. And I think most people in this room will do that. When you get into trading, not every trade is going to work. First, I just want to show you though, if you wanted to take ADR right now, but you didn't want to take it right here, maybe it pull back to this level. So I just click on how many shares I want to do that. And as I demonstrated yesterday, in both boxes, the price box and the stop box right here, these two boxes, put the price you want to get in to trade at. And don't ask me why both boxes. It just is. Okay? Click on the buy button. Now you'll see this blue line will appear right on the chart. So if you're into pullback trading, you can just put that right there. Put the line, there's the line. If it pulls back to 11.55, it'll take the trade. Now, if you don't want to take the trade, something's happened, the market's crashing, you just don't want to take the trade anymore, of course you can go into the order section, right click and cancel the order. Okay? I'll leave it in, see what happens. Now let's take a trade though and talk a little bit about money management. Now we're seeing a lot of, this market is really getting hit here. So that was 1, 2, 3, 4. So as an hour and 15 basically straight down with that giant red candle there. Just looking for something that might still be, relatively near the high of the day. Remember I was talking about the OCDX? The financing was done at 1750. This might start to move down towards that financing price. You know, I mean, I couldn't predict that that was going to be the top, but it appears that it's trying to move now down to that financing price, closer to it anyway. All right, let's just say I wanted to take this pays right here, okay? I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to show why. And I'm going to go right at the market. The spread is only a penny. So you see it took the trade at 347. I'm going to put a stop at 327. Why? I want to make the math easy. So there's that first concept, guys. You get into a trade, they're not all going to work. So, you know, notice right there, it's approximately $100. So if it got down to 327, I'd be out for a $100 loss. So when you get into trading, you, in my opinion anyway, you should have a price where you're going to get out of the trade when it's not working for you. Not all the trades are going to work. So instead of, you know, hoping that a trade is going to work for you, you should have a stop price where you're going to get out and you just move on. Now that stop price then will also dictate how much you're going to, how many shares you'll take. Because the other aspect is, okay, if you agree with the concept of having a stop price, getting out if the trade's not working, the next aspect is, okay, if I do get taken out of the trade for a loss, how much am I really willing to risk on the trade? So, I mean, if you've got a $5,000 account, you should not be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I always demonstrate risking $100 a trade, just to make the math super simple. So if my stop had been 20 cents away, and again, just trying to make the math easy, so I have an entry of 347, I have a stop of 327, that is 20 cents. If I'm going to risk $100 on the trade, then I divide 20 cents into 100 and I get 500 shares. That's why. So in other words, you're not just taking the same number of shares per trade. In my opinion anyway, the trade size will vary depending on the size of your stop. And you divide that difference between the entry and your stop into how much you're willing to risk. And the risk should be about the same every trade. You're not going to risk 100 the first trade, 300 the next, 100, 50 the next. And really, what I'm really talking about is we'll call it sort of revenge trading. You know, you lose 100 the first trade and you're ticked off. So now what you want to do is, well, the next trade I better risk 200. I better risk 200 because I got to make that 100 back and make 100 on the next trade. You lose that one, now you're down 300, and on and on and on. So it's so important, money management. And then to obey your stop. You know, you get into a trade all excited. Maybe it's an earnings or a company had some news. Everything looks fantastic. You know, you've been trading for a while. You love the setup. The room is excited about it. And guess what? It doesn't work. You can check all the boxes and it still didn't work. It's going to happen. So obeying your stop, you know, instead of thinking, wow, it's got to come back, and now that $100 manageable exit loss turns into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally give up and sell it. Okay, so you know this is important concepts, and how long it's going to take you to grasp them, I have no idea. Everybody's different. I will say this: if you cannot make money paper trading in our simulator, forget about trying to make money when you have real money on the line. Because when you have real money on the line, first of all, you know, emotions come into play, and that was really the second part. Even if you can make money in the simulator, it's not a guarantee you're going to make money once you start trading live. Because again, you know, it's very emotional. You know, you take a loss here in the simulator. Oh well, it's not your money. But sometimes you just will not take that loss when it's your money. You get stubborn. So, how long it's going to take, I have no idea. Well, I know what Real would say. I mean, if you use maybe the 5 EMA on, the 8 EMA in a 5-minute chart or a 15-minute chart, and if it doesn't break it, stay in the trade. I, for one, though, it depends on the price and all that, but I mean, if I got into something that's fairly cheap and it popped, and so I'm up 10 or 20% almost immediately, I'd be taking some profit. And if it kept running, I'm still in the trade. But it's tough. Everybody goes through it. Taking you see something, you take profit early, and it keeps running, and you kick yourself. It's not the easiest thing. I mean, getting out of a trade and watching it run is not a great feeling, but it's going to happen. The other way to do certain things is, checking your. If you get into a trade, most will say, well, you should be trying to make at least a 1 for 2 on a risk reward. What do I mean by that? So to make the math simple, if your stop was 10 cents away, you have to be able to look at a chart and think, you know what, before it hits any sort of resistance at all, I should be able to make 20 cents, if things go well. In other words, 1 for 2. You're risking 10 cents to make 20 cents. Again, I'm just using this to make simple math. So if your trade went above that 20-cent level and then it came back down to it, you'd probably maybe want to take some profit just in case it went back down through that 20-cent level and back down to where you bought it. But if it keeps going, there's really no reason to get out of the trade. So you could set up on our charts, you could set up trend lines or horizontal lines at, say, a 1 for 2, a 1 for 3, a 1 for 4, and see what the stock is doing at all those levels, if that makes sense. Yeah, there's no time frame on that integration with TD. It may never happen. It's a real issue with their API. So Douglas and Kelly, there's no, we it's not that we don't want to do it, but there's just no time frame on it whatsoever. I mean, it's been a year that we thought we'd be being able to do it. Now, here's another thing that I started talking about this a couple of weeks ago. But a checklist of why you get into a trade. So really, the checklist is all about reasons why you shouldn't take a trade. For me, as an example, I might see a great setup, lots of and a volume break, and all those sort of things that I like to see. But then when I look left, so I could check and say yes, great setup, great volume, news. I can check a bunch of things that are positive. And then I look left and I see some resistance on the daily chart, not that far away. So there's my negative, therefore I don't take the trade. Okay? So you should always be looking for reasons not to take a trade. I know it sounds contrary to everything. No, I don't. But my checklist will not be the same as yours. Slow down, okay? My checklist, first of all, virtually everything I see, I'm interested in, because I've created the scans that I want to see, ideas that are generated that I want to see. So most of the time, it's a matter of just looking left on the daily, weekly, and monthly to check to see what the next resistance is. Where is the 200-day moving average? These are rapid things that I'm going through. Now, the other thing is, I'm not going to take a trade even if I get an alert and it's 10, 15-minute candles up in a row. Obviously I'm going to say to myself, whoa, a little too extended. Like to see a pause. And then if it takes out that high on volume, those are things that I look for. So what I do is I will, put an alert, price alert, at a level that I'd like to see it take out. And then if I get the alert, because it's going to pop up on my price alerts, this is what I'm talking about. Whoops, my price alert screen. Okay, let me get rid of these. So, I mean, price alerts, you should be, if people aren't using our price alerts, you know, this is such a valuable tool. You know, we didn't invent the concept of price alerts, of course not. But when you minimize it and you set a price alert, let me just do one here. Give me a moment here. Let's put a price alert for, I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. I'm going to bracket this. I'm going to put a price alert here for, oops, 336. And a 340. So I've bracketed. I've got two price alerts for pays. Okay, you see what happened? You see how my price alert screen popped up on the screen? Okay, it's because I had it minimized. So it popped up on my screen. I can't miss it. I sort on the trigger time column, so I'll see it right at the top. It actually changes colors. And I also put a sound on it, because every now and then I'll wander away. I have a wireless headset, so every now and then I'll wander away from my computer. So if I hear that sound, that booyah, I know it's a price alert, and I can come racing back in to see what happened. Okay? So that's what I would do. I would put a price alert, and then I would see, okay, great, it's hit a price that I'm interested in. Did it happen on volume? Because when I click on it, I'll see, because I'm not staring at the chart, but I'll see, did it do it on volume? Yeah, I mean, you can obviously move your stops up, okay? I mean, if pay were working, you know, I don't talk about this enough, I guess, but if pay were working, you know, let's say, what did I get in at in the simulator? I got in at 347. So let's just say pay was working, and, you know, it's up to 380, 390. Of course, I could start moving that stop up right in the chart, put it into a positive position. Now, the other thing is, you know, I can get out before. My stops are, okay, the absolute worst that I want to do on a trade. Okay? Doesn't mean I can't get out earlier. These are hotkeys. If I want to get out of this trade right now, I can flatten it. If I want to get out half the trade, or I could double it. Okay, so watch. I could get out of the trade right now, so I don't have to wait for my stop if I don't like the way it's trading. Well, yeah, just like I did. You don't have to wait for your stop. I mean, if certain things are starting to change and you don't like the way it's trading, you can get out before your stop, just like I did here. Okay, my stop is the worst I want to do on the trade. See, now I got the alert on the way up, a little bit on the way up. So that's, I mean, use our price alerts, guys. I mean, it's, again, we didn't invent the concept, but look how easy it is to do. You just go to the chart, and you can do it one of two ways. If you can position your cursor, you know, there it is at 347, create price alert at 347. I can change it, of course, and then I just have to say save. I don't have to do anything else. I can put a note in if I want. I typically don't, but, and then I save it. There, it's done. Very, very simple. Yeah, unfortunately you can't, Douglas. You could put a price target at a 1 for 2. Well, okay, yes, you could put a price target. So I don't typically, because, you know, I'm only in a couple of trades at the same time max. So I don't use trailing stops. Because I can follow my trades very easily. If I'm in a trade, of course, I've got it on my one of my thumbnail charts over here. Okay. But if I wanted to, if I got into this trade, you know, at 337, let's do another one. Okay, I'll just show you what I'm talking about. Let's say I want to take this 8er trade. So again, I'll go into the market. I'll buy 500 shares at the market. Again, this is just in the simulator. So I got in at 12:16. See, that's the little, so I've already got a stop in here, okay? So I will raise the stop. Okay, just bear with me on this one, okay? So now I can put a target. If this starts working for me, you know, and I want to, if my target for my 1 for 2 based on my stop was, say, I just make a number up, was 1234, I can add a target order and I can put 1234 if that was my 1 for 2. Okay, and I can add it. So now you'll see it on the chart, okay, right up here. The problem with it, it's all or nothing. It's going to take, if I leave this in here, it's going to, I can't say only take half out at that first if I wanted to. But I can always adjust it. You know, if it really started to work well, you know, I could always, again, move that line up, you know, to another target. The other thing you can do with the simulator, of course, is practice swing trading. So, I mean, if you left a trade in over the course of the day, you didn't get out of it at the end of the day, it'll carry forward. So you can practice swing trading. Yeah, I mean, you can, as long as you've got your stop also. I mean, I'd be really reluctant to do anything like that, but, you know, that's up to you. Now, understand also, not just to you, Douglas and Kelly, but you know, you can use our charts. If you have an IB or E-Trade account, you can use this. But you know, your broker will have the same. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, your broker will have the same abilities to put, you know, stops and targets and all that. Well, I think I don't have any new alerts coming in. Oh, I just had one. No, this TUEM. True, but I mean, this is, I mean, you're still needing, of course, your broker. You have to have IB or E-Trade. Yeah, I mean, yes, you can do it within Trade Ideas, of course. But I mean, if I didn't, you know, even within IB, I can do the same thing without using this. But you're right. I mean, it's a nice way to be able to do it. But certainly, it's not the be all and the end all. I mean, and I always want to say it that way. I'm not trying to downplay Brokerage Plus or anything. But I mean, people I think get the wrong idea that if you don't have an E-Trade account or IB account, that you can't use Trade Ideas. So it's not really directed to you, Douglas. It's more to, you know, for the general. In general, people get the wrong idea. All right, Joe, I think you now have access to premium. I think Kelly is just telling me you have access to premium. Well, of course, the AI is not alive on the weekend, but so what I would do is click on New and click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, okay? Then you'll see all the alerts that have happened, and we might get new ones. Oh, you can do a historical, yeah, history. You can see what happened yesterday. You know, yesterday was a good day also. but you can do an historical. But I wouldn't, you know what? I mean, every day is different, of course. And there is going to be a real change, I think, to the AI too. I mean, there's going to be more concentrating on the less strategies. You know, the whole concept of, you know, how the AI was in the past with this, what we call going through an optimization routine. We're really trying to revise the way it works. To make it a lot easier also. All right, let's see. Now, something I like to do, point out, is this today's profit, max P&L, and distance from exit price, okay? So this, you know, the question earlier was about, man, I always seem to be getting out of trades too soon, or, you know, how am I going to maximize profits? I'm not saying this is the be all and the end all, but at least this will give you a bit of a gauge of how well you are doing. You know, the today's profit, that should be obvious, you know. Right now, in Ader, in the simulator, I'm up $95. If I had got out at the absolute top, you know, up here, you know, just a little bit above, I would have made 115, okay, if I got out there. Now, why this is important to keep an eye on, you know, I can see Ader just made a new high. It takes a while for this to catch up. What you would not want to see is, say the max P&L at one point was, say, $500, and now it's at 90. You've let way too much go against you, obviously. Or even worse, it's negative, okay? So this will give you a bit of an idea. So if I got out of this trade right now, I'd be up $78, could have been up 115. I'm going to do it just to show you what I'm talking about now from the distance on the exit price. Now, you see how it dropped? Okay, so I mean, that's not a great exit. I would have rather have got closer to that 115, but you know, it is what it is. The distance from the exit price now can also be a nice gauge for you. At this point, what I'd love to see is a big negative number. What that would mean is where I got out, it's way below where I got out, which is what, of course, you want to see when you get out of a trade. You want to think, wow, I got out at the right time. Now, right now, the pays, it's 7 cents below where I got out, which is what you want to see. What you wouldn't want to see is, you know, distance from the exit price, $3 on the plus side. So this can give you a bit of an idea about how good your exits are. Okay, so practice in the simulator. Now, when you look at APLS right now, the low here is 26.28. So if you were in this one, you know, I'd be aware of that low in the monthly. 26.28, 25.49, right there. I mean, that may, you know, provide some support. Yeah, Mark, you're being a little too promotional about the SPRT, okay? So we don't do that. This is in the YouTube room. Somebody is, you know, talking about merger, this, that. Yeah, exactly. Now, somebody asked me yesterday, why don't I just leave the room open and unmoderated? Well, here's an answer right there. I know I closed down at 3, but all right, guys. Now, bounce plays. Let's just see if this area down here holds on the SPY. Okay, and we start getting a move up. So if you're into bounce plays, this may be, as long as this holds, and we start to see several green candles in a row. If you're into bounce plays, they may start working. And no kidding about the Otley, guys. We had that pullback. I know somebody just mentioned Otley at 1728. I got to show it. I mean, look at this. I mean, yeah, it had the pullback, 1704 on the alert. I mean, the only other one I was looking at was this IMTX. It just hasn't moved. Now, it may move later on, but these are the two that were under 20. For me, those are the ones that I concentrate on in the AI. Why? Just because, there's no, it's just what I'm comfortable with. So, just to give you an idea about what I did with the OTLY, I mean, I didn't get it right at 1704, okay? I never take the trade right off the bat. I kind of watched this pop and I saw this drop. So, in around this area, okay, watch it go up here, 1748, started to pull back, got out some here, and now at this point, you see, I was waiting to see, okay, if it got back down to where I actually bought it, okay, I mean, I wouldn't love it, but at least I took some profit up in this area. But I was able to hang on this pullback here because I'd taken some profit, and now I'm reaping the benefits of another pop. That's how I trade. But a lot of it is it's kind of feel. All right, guys, so CXM is actually an earnings play. CXM, not a lot of volume. I mean, it only has 14 million in the float. I mean, it is trading 2.6 times normal. And this actually, if you had the flipped version of my option scanner, the flipped version, meaning instead of moving higher with unusually strong option volume, you wanted to see stocks that were moving lower on unusually strong option volume, this one would have appeared. And flipping is very simple to do. Let me just explain what I'm talking about. It's a great little feature. So here's my unusually strong options on the way up, okay? Moving higher, but let's just say I wanted to see the ones that were moving lower. So what I do is I duplicate the window. And let's first check the filters that I'm using in here. Now, the only thing that will be, well, there'll be two things that will flip. Obviously, I can flip. When I say flip, I want to see now new lows. And the only other thing I can flip is, this says the price was up. I just want to make sure it's up from the previous close. Now I'll make sure it's down from the previous close. These things, you can't flip a current volume or the number of shares, contracts, and all this. Not flippable, if that makes sense to you. Okay, so now that I've duplicated the window, I right click, configure, flip. See what's happened? See the new low? And now price is down. So it flipped what could change, and it tells you what the changed items are. Now I say okay, and here's Jivo as an example, was flipped. And the CXM would have been flipped for sure. So that whole concept is, instead of having to build something from scratch, the reverse with all the filters, you just can flip it and you'll get the different look. Yes, I can show you how to do that. Okay. I'm sorry. Chris is going to be in the YouTube room today, guys. So if you have a lot of questions about Brokerage Plus, he uses Brokerage Plus quite a bit. So Chris is going to be, it's not going to be Andy today. So between 12 and 1. Before I take my break, I will pop that link in. So if you have a lot more, want to get more detail about Brokerage Plus, etc., Chris will be there. Okay, so first of all, Douglas and Kelly, have you watched the video before I go into it? Hey, have you watched the creating a doc video before I do it? Because that might answer most of your questions. If you watched it and you still, struggling with figuring it out, I'll certainly go over it, but otherwise maybe you can watch the video first. Okay, great. So yeah, if you do have questions later on, definitely ask me, okay, and I'll try to help you. Meanwhile, EEIQ on a rampage, yes. I know you pointed that earlier on, Sam. It showed up here. There was the first time it showed up. It was at $6 in this basic new highs at $6 at 10.13. So there it is, $6, 7.39 now. Again, these are ideas, guys. These are, idea generation. And it's a crazy low float. Crazy low float. Now, again, I don't know, that float is ridiculously low. and it got halted. I didn't even see it. It got halted a few times, I guess. At 10:13, it resumed. So I'm way behind, guys. It's the only issue, obviously. I mean, people ask what the room is all about. Well, I mean, it's a great trading room. We've got a lot of great traders in the room. But, one of my mission is, of course, to talk about trade ideas also, as well as trying to trade my account. Wow, Oatly, guys, Oatly. I mean, when I first mentioned Oatly this morning, I was talking about, well, first of all, there's the weekly high, 1914. I'm not saying it's going to get there. We don't know where it's going. Nobody can possibly know. But, we had the high in the pre-market. I thought that might have been a bit of a magnet also, okay, that traders are going to be looking at. So that's why you get the alert at 1704 and you look left on that pre-market. So it's got a shot to get there, number one. Had a little bit of resistance in this area, but again, that pre-market high was basically right there. So, and it was in the perfect price range for me. So let's see what Apple is doing. I don't think I've ever traded Apple. Okay, so that is a big accept, I guess. In favor of Apple on all counts, except with respect to the count 10. So count 10 must be unless this is going to rebound, I mean, count 10 must be the big one. Let me refresh my memory here. Well, there could be, I mean, look, 1764, I mean, just because there's a new high looking left, of course that doesn't absolutely mean there's resistance, but I mean, the next high looking left is 1780. So obviously, I'm sorry, 1914. So I'm aware of that. It's already taken out, I'm sorry, I'm reading wrong. 1828 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. So I'm completely aware of that. Again, does that mean it's going to stall because there was one day? Of course not. Now, if there had been multiple days, that would, but I just want to be aware of where the next highs are. Yeah, I am getting a little concerned about William. Definitely getting concerned about William. I'm going to let you answer that question, Cha-Ching. If you had a high win percentage, if you were right 90% of the time, but making minor profits, okay, I'll answer the question. No, win percentage it can be overrated. I mean, you don't want to. I explained one yesterday. I did know of a trader way back, that was 90% wrong, but the 10% that he was right, they just skyrocketed. That can work. It's very tough mentally to be wrong 9 out of 10 trades, okay? So, but to be right 80% of the time, if you're making minor profits on each one of them, is, it's just not that big a deal. I would probably want to be, just mentally right at least 60% of the time. I mean, you can be right 50% of the time and still make good money, depending on how long you let your winners, or how much you let your winners run. But it's sort of a mental thing, though. It's hard to I know it's hard to take losses. I don't, Sam. I don't. I can check our back office. It depends on what he calls himself. Yeah. So, I don't toss this around, but we had some. I'll use a more delicate word, but we had somebody in the YouTube room basically pumping the heck out of SBRT, merger coming, going to the moon, all that nonsense. Okay. Sorry, Mark the Realtor, if you can hear me. But that's exactly what we don't do. And it just got halted on the way down. There are a lot of new traders. So you see a post like that and you go, wow, that guy sounds like he must know something. So I mean, that is classic, though. I mean, so you would think that this the approved merger would be positive news. Well, right now it's being viewed as negative for whatever reason. Okay, now it may pop back up, but I mean that is the news. I mean, here it is, right there. So I guess what I'm trying to say, it's a lot like earnings plays. You'll hear me say over and over again, I never hold through earnings. You could tell me that, but I saw 30 people, 100 people, or everybody says they're going to have an earnings blowout. I don't care. I don't care. I will not trade a company through earnings. Okay, I can always trade afterwards. Yes, if it gaps up huge, I'm going to miss it, but I've just seen too many times where people think that, oh yeah, I'm hearing earnings are going to be great, and maybe guidance is poor. I mean, so I think it's too much of a gamble. Same thing here. The merger, imminent, has to be good, right? Well, right now, the market is not liking it. So why gamble? Just because you're hearing a merger will take place, and you're piling into the stock because you know it's going to be good. Well, here you go. Well, let's see where it might open. Yeah, no big clue. So this has been halted because of volatility. The news is out there now, so it's not halted because of news. It's halted because of volatility. No big clue because I'm seeing 22.28 on the bid ask right now. When I say no big clue as to where it's going to open. And if it opens, if it's a 5-minute halt, it will open in about 40 seconds. Epic Games, is that are you talking EPIC? Or what are you talking about, Tank? All right, so it just opened. It was a 5-minute halt. Opened at not a major gap down. Now listen, this could recover. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's a super overreaction to it, but who's they? Epic Games. Like what are you talking? Like what is the symbol? Guys are talking about Pet V. Somebody posted that also, a doodle in the YouTube room. Pet V. Yeah, look at the volume coming into Pet V. Now, why did it not appear here? Probably Pet V, probably because of the count filter. You know, it's a cheaper stock, so it has not made enough new highs, but it is rumping. I don't think it, well, I don't know. Yeah, I tried, obviously I typed in Epic and it's not. So we need a public company that's going to reap the benefits from this Apple decision. Yeah, so GRTS is one, really? No. So that's not. You're just putting that. That's obviously not a video game company. You're just throwing that out there as another one that's moving. I get it. Take a look left. 16 is the next high looking left on the monthly. Where is the next high in the weekly? 13.99. So, I mean, it's got room. You know, the daily you can't see anything, so that's why you look left on the weekly. So the next high looking left, nobody is saying it's going to get there. Okay, so Nathne, I mean, when you say, how can I make the name of the stock appear on an alert window? Okay, I don't understand your question. I mean, you know, for a stock to appear in an alert window, it has to meet all the filter requirements and then a trigger. So I don't know what you mean by that exactly. Now, what a bounce for IC. Boy, I was thinking of shorting that one. What a bounce. Big bounce. Okay, well, okay, so it's possible you don't have the symbol. It's a column. If you right click, if you right click and configure and click on columns, one of the selections is symbol. It's possible you don't have that. So I don't quite get it. Are you trying to? So you're saying you don't see the symbol. Well, that means if you don't see the symbol, you just see an alert and you're clicking on it and then you see the symbol. That means you don't have, for whatever reason, the symbol column. You just, all you have to do is, again, right click on the alert window, configure, go to columns, and then find symbol, click on it, and left arrow it over, and then it'll be a column that you can see your symbol name. Okay? Now, if you do see, for some reason, you do see symbol over here already. You know, there it is, symbol. Then it's possible maybe it, okay, you've got it, good. Okay. Now, what do you mean again by, is there a way to arrange the symbols? What do you mean by that exactly? I mean, typically you want to see the, you know, as the stock is making a new high. Yeah, but what do you mean by arranging them? Typically, I mean, the alerts come in real time, and typically you want to see them right at the top. How else do you want to arrange it? You can arrange the column headers, you know, by moving them around. Oh, okay, so you're talking, yeah, so all you have to do is just grab, left click on the column, okay, left click on the column, and then start to move it. You see, hopefully you can see that on my screen. See how there's a dotted rectangular line? Or a dotted rectangular. So just left click on the column and then you can move it to wherever you want. Okay? Don't forget to save your work too, okay? Anything you do, you know, when you exit trade ideas, at the very least, you know, I can't click on this because it's, for whatever reason, it destroys my link to Interactive Brokers. But when you click on exit and it's going to say save your layout, yes or no, you know, at the very least, just say yes, because then all the changes, everything you've done will be saved. So when you load trade ideas, the next time, everything will be, all the changes will have been saved. You know, guys, this IC, if this takes out this 1410 area, I think this has a chance to get up to this 15 level. It's been a little bit rocky. I mean, it got all the way down to 1326 and then it just zoomed up. All right, guys, it is 11:47. So what I'm going to do is just put the link to YouTube, our YouTube room, because I'll be taking my break pretty soon. And where are you? There you are. Boy, this quadruple U has been a mission. Look at this. Look at this one. Energy, uranium, guys, uranium. You know, had the nice run, bit of a pause, and now a follow through so far. Okay, guys, well, I've set my alert for IC. See if it takes that out later on. Right up here. I want to see if it takes that out right. It's been choppy, though. I mean, this has been a super choppy. But if it takes that out right up here, this 1411, it has a shot to get back up to that 15 level. With all those... With all those forecasted price targets, you know, ranging from I think around 18 to 25 that came out today. Yeah, if you're new to trading, I mean, this is, I don't, 1 minute charts, I just think you're, it's just not the way to go. $12? Okay. Well, it might do that. I'm still going to hold out for a 1411 or 1412 break, something like that. See if it takes it out on volume. Always on volume. Okay, I don't care about it if it just touches it, you know, and the volume is you know, continuing to decrease. I mean, we've had, you know, since the opening 15-minute candle, I mean, the volume has been decreasing. Still tons of volume, guys. I mean, 113 million, 92 in the float. So, I mean, it's traded the float, but look at the relative volume, 331. I mean, arguably, my lowest time frame is 5 minutes. I have a 2 minute here for a very specific reason. But my lowest really that I concentrate on is 5 and even just the 15. There was a time where I only had a 15-minute chart, and my higher time frames, of course. But when I first started out, I only had a 2-minute chart. I did that for years, and then I discovered, man, it's just too whippy. Really, I never thought of it like that in terms of the 1-minute chart. I mean, we have people. I can't believe the people that ask for, I'm going to discontinue your program because you don't have a 30-second chart. And I go, well, good luck. We're not a scalping program. We get a lot of people, they think that they can, create strategies where they're going to make 5 cents a trade, with a 1 cent stop. Can't do it. They back test them, and maybe for some reason they look decent on a back test, but in the real world, it's not going to happen. Yeah, I see it's getting really interesting. Longer it holds over this level, all traders are looking at. Now, there was a little bit of volume that came in. You can just see it right there in the 2-minute. Little bit. I'd like to have seen it a little bit more like this, but hey, let's see if it really rocks here. Okay, guys, I'm just watching a couple of thumbnail charts. Look at the MRSN. MRSN is just sitting here. I doubt if it's going to hold 9 for the rest of the day. Look at it, just sitting here. I mean, that's a big drop, but it's just kind of sitting here. So, at some point, I mean, this is just not going to stay at 9 for the rest of the day. I mean, it may have a nice little bounce. It may continue down. All right, guys, my headset is just about ready to die, so just give me a moment, please. right, I'm back. All right, guys, I'm just getting ready to take my break. I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. Yeah, I'd have to see. I only know him as William. You know, that may not be what he's using. So I'm going to check later on. You can start now, Chris, if you want. Okay, I'll just wait for you to tell me you're streaming. All right. Just let me know. Obviously, just let me know. You can let me know right in the. You're streaming now? Okay, perfect. Okay, guys, I'll be on my breaks. Chris, I will stop my stream right here.
Alright, looks like everybody got eyes on my screen. Chris Varley here. I'm filling in for Andy today. He's doing some other work for the team around here. Asked if I could fill in. I'm always happy to fill in. Kick the tires with you guys here, and girls, of course. Live Q&A. No content prepared, so start firing away, everybody. Kev, how are you? Happy Friday. We seem to do this on Friday quite a bit. David, how are you? Got ourselves an interesting market day today, I guess, huh? I'll take a look around the horn. Why don't we jump into some index stuff here? Take a look at what's happening. Actually, let's start with something really interesting. Nobody saw this one coming today, I bet. Apple taking a rollover off that hill. So I guess there was an antitrust that came out today, antitrust lawsuit or something. I don't know. But woo, generational buying opportunity. I don't know. Not a company I'm going to bet against. That's for sure. So fire away with questions, guys. Otherwise, I'll see what I can come up with some for interesting conversation and topics here for us. Uh, all right, let's dive around. Let's look at some of these ETFs here. We got uranium. Yeah, uranium's been on fire. Some different uranium stocks that I've been looking at. I just never pulled the trigger. One of those sad moments for me. Everybody knows hindsight trading 101 is my favorite. And oil continues to hold some of its recovery from the last few years here. I don't like to look at oil itself. I more to look at the support services. Yeah, Kev, I don't know why it does that to me. Have to look at my settings again in the streaming, but it's actually not my settings. It's what we put on the YouTube side of things. It's odd that it always seems to drop it on me, and then I lose half you guys, and I don't know whether to take offense or not. Yeah, quadruple U is one of them. There's something else that was on my evening scanner. It's been on it, but it's just extended. And the first commandment of trading, or the second commandment of trading, thou shalt not chase. Just how that goes. So it is what it is. We'll continue to look at some of these here. Metal, materials, mining, always going to be something in that section, in that sector. Things are always being built all over the world. Just finding the right stock with that, unless you play the broader ETFs. But this thing sits here, not so far off all-time highs. It's a very bullish looking chart overall. Semiconductors, here's one way to look at them, and they just continue to be strong as can be. I mean, that trend is your friend. You know, chip shortages and all that, and get used more and more and more and more. This 20-day period here, pretty solid. You got this dip that happened here. That's really it, though. Very, very strong. Not quite. That looks, I think, a little more strong than the SMH is going to look overall. Let's bring SMH. That's next up in line. So, no, SMH, same thing. Just very strong. Maybe flattened out a little bit more in here for a bit than SOX did. But that beautiful range, and now we're starting to break that range again here. It's come back and tested it. So, these are things you look for in those long-term trends, especially those, hey, I want to swing trade, and well, here's how you swing trade. Look at the charts. Look at the long-term charts. Don't look at a 15-minute chart. Don't look at a 5-minute chart on swing trading. That's what you do. You can take any scanner and turn it into a swing trading scanner. Look at this range here, though. Let those scans return you the ideas. You make the marks on the charts. This is a beautiful range. It broke it. It's tested it. It's tested it, and it's breaking back out again. And again, sitting right here at all-time highs. And even in the quote-unquote sell-off that we've had this week, I mean, that's pretty solid. Turning around here again. A lot of strength there. A lot of strength in the semiconductors. Again, it's picking the right semiconductor. There's a lot of trash semiconductor stocks and ones that are just, really, really great. Yeah, no, I know it's tough, and you got to find that fine line in between, chasing and buying the breakout. It's a fine line. Sometimes it could look like it's a chase and just continues to go, and it was a breakout, and other times looks like a breakout and it was an absolute chase, and that's where the seat time comes in. Yeah, well, I think everybody's got a few of those, my friend. We were discussing that earlier, a few of us internally. I had bought a whole bunch of Apple back in 2007. Yeah, 2007, and I had sold it in 2017, thinking I was a genius. And well, anyways, always fun. So let's continue down the line. Lithium stocks. Anybody that's been around the last few weeks when I filled in discussed this a lot. That and EVs. This is a chart here, LTHM, that I just really like this chart, and made a big move early today, pulled back, and now it's starting to, curl back up again. But, very bullish chart to me overall. The way it's sitting here, it's a beautiful base coming out of it, creating another one here, just sitting off all-time highs. There's your cup and handle. I love cup and handles. Guess again, nothing special about it. Just what my eye sees. Someone else could look at this chart and see something completely different than what I'm seeing. see. Mike C. Again, I am at best a very 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 average trader, very average trader at best. But I always appreciate the kind words, Mike C. You know, and sure, there's a lot of great trading tools out there, but Trade Ideas was the one that I found, I picked, and I stay with. So that's that. Skin. Now that's a funny one. That's been on my radar for a long time, and I just took it off my like symbol. As a matter of fact, this morning or last night I took it off. I wasn't sure if I wanted to, but I decided to pull it off. Something to do with some things that I'm working on internally with symbol lists here with some other people, and so I didn't want it interfering with the work. But it's something that I still have my eye on technically. As I saw it drop to this 20 SMA, and thought to myself, if I find support there, could be a great pullback opportunity. What I would say is that it made its move yesterday and has held an uptrend today despite what the market is doing, being in the NASDAQ. So that's one piece of strength that I like. Took that 20 SMA, it's held it. I would love to see it claim this 8 EMA back again today and hold it. Uh, Looking at it intraday, it's made this cross here on these two charts, and you're going to find yourself with resistance now here. Um, if I were to play it, I would stick yesterday's low as a stop loss. That would be what I would do personally. And then continue to use the rising 20 SMA, as I do like to swing things more than I like to day trade them. I would also play it that, especially the way things have worked for me in my personal trading lately, is that if I got up in the position, something quote unquote what I deem to be reasonable and what I deem to be reasonable, what you deem to be reasonable, up in a position are going to be two completely different things. So you trade the account you have, you trade the charts you have, you trade the position you have, not the one that someone else has. And I would pull something off probably kind of early, just the way things have gone for me. So, uh, you know, looking at this kind of range that we're in right here, I want to see it break that. And then the next level is here, and then the next level is here. Those are the levels you're going to play and look at, and that's how you do it. Share size accordingly to that risk. So, these would be the defined risk levels that I'm specifically looking at. This kind of as a stop with a rising 20 SMA. This here as a recovery breakout, and now it's made this kind of stand, if you will, and you can see that, yesterday it tried to make this pull up here and got rejected there. So, and then it got rejected again here. Is it going to get rejected again there? That's what I'm now looking at. So if you weren't making an entry here, this is where you want to look at this entry, I would say, and then play it off here. And you have to decide, is this 50 plus cents on that next resistance level, if we start to break out, is that worth it to how you're going to share size and how you're risking to down here? That's where being a trader and having the plan comes in. Nobody can tell you that. Only you can tell you that. So that's what I see on skin. Um, Soma. Take a look here. I see you type Soma unless you wanted SGMA. It must be SGMA. Is what you want. Sangama, right? Is that? Oh, this is something completely different. I don't even know what this is. Interesting chart so far. Let's take a look at some things here. So you got a fairly good range of movement here. Had this big price spike, and it's recovering, so you don't look like you're going to have a lot of bag holders distributing stock here. But again, another huge move again today. I'm guessing there's got to be some kind of news involved. Anything computer wise always keeps me more interested. So circuit boards, semiconductors, things like that. It's the way of the world that we move. Got this resistance that looks like it was taken out. It's kind of wanting to hold above that. It made a dip, it made a pullback, and now it's breaking out on it again. So it's an interesting chart, that's for sure. In fact, we're going to say it's so interesting that I'm going to put it on my liked. I'm going to track it. I wouldn't dare touch it right now, making this move that it's just currently made here. Um, but let's say that it holds above this level here over the days coming. That's something I'm interested in for sure. I'd like to see the volume stick around too. You gotta have that volume. The fact that it's doing 16, almost 17 times normal volume, but has only traded 600,000 shares tells me that is the opposite of what I would consider a liquid stock. So those are factors that I'm going to look at moving forward, and but I'm gonna put a heart on that chart, keep it on my list, put it in my pocket, and that's how I do it. While you mentioned cup and handle, is there no specific scanner used to find them? Uh, I kind of use, it doesn't work as well for me lately, but I call it my evening scan. I share it all the time. Always happy to share it. Let me look for it, pull it up. Um, my evening scan. I've been wanting to work on this more, but there's a lot of other stuff that I'm working on recently. So this is what this scan is here. Um, Pull up the configure, and I'm just using a few position and range filters. Hide unused. So I like to trade this range of price right now. Someday probably move that price up and move this one up, but for now that's what I'm trading. I use a 20-day position and range. It's the one that I like. I want to see it 75% above the low of 20 days. I also like to see it close today 75% above the low of today, and try to keep it liquid. That's trade at least 750,000 shares on the day. I use this after the market closes. So, for example, 4:05 p.m. Eastern, I'll load this up, go through the list of stocks here, and I find some cup and handle patterns out of that. What I've been considered doing recently is changing some of this around. Maybe adding either a position in 5-day or 10-day range in there to try to get me a better look at the cup and handles and try to eliminate some of the extended stuff that I'm seeing on the intraday charts of that, and probably some examples of everything I want to show on the list now, hopefully. So let's take a look here. LAC. So, cup and handle wise, what I would say here is, there's your cup, here's your handle. All right. That's what I'd see on there for cup and handle pattern. Um, LAC kind of have a bias towards that in favor, like LTHM, because it's lithium, it's EVs. The way that we're moving, no matter what anybody says or does, doesn't mean it's overnight. But look at where EVs were 5 years ago. Look at where they are today. That trend continues in the market's opinion, not my opinion. Lithium is the way to go for the batteries right now. This is a pretty extended chart, so it's not something I'm chasing at this moment, but it's something that I'm interested in. You know, Near those recent highs there has an all-time high of 46, but I suspect that might have to do with something with a stock split. Who knows? You probably got to go pretty far back to find that all-time high there. But that's what I'm looking for in the scan. That's what it returns to me enough that I've continued to use it. Like I said, it hasn't been as great as it was back last fall, to be honest. Um, Again, let's take a look here what this is going to return. So now this stock has been coming through this scan a lot over the last however long on maybe a smaller time frame. We've got this here, if you will. So that's what I'm looking at there. Now this looks like a complete failed breakout here on what could have been a cup and handle, but instead, because that is a lower low here coming off that, you got to look for it to reform again here would be the idea behind that. So, those are what I'm looking for in the charts. Again, there's nothing magic about it. It's just what I see. It's what I happen to like. Um, that's what I'm seeing on that. So I'll go ahead and share this with you. Adjust it any way you see fit. But I found lots and lots of cup and handle patterns off that one scan. Like I said, I use it after market close. That's what I do. That's how I use it. Again, people, oh, do you have, scans for swing trading? Well, what do you consider a swing trading scan? It's data interpretation is what you're looking at here. So I'm interpreting the data that comes out of that scan more on a swing level overall, and not that every stock on there interests me. If it's returning 50 stocks one evening, maybe 10 kind of interest me. That's it. It's idea generation, trade ideas, not trade guarantees. That's the name of the company. So it's turning idea generation. I happen to share the scan with someone. It's kind of more of a not kind of, they're a hedge fund person. I happen to share it with them. They looked at it and they could not for the life of them understand how I think that looks at swing trading. They think it's more of an intraday scan. That's what they use it as. They've enjoyed it as an intraday scan. They don't think it's anything magical, but they put it up there. They use it. They like it. Well, I get it. I get what you can see out of an intraday scan with it. It's just not how I use it. That's not how I'm interpreting the data that's coming out of it. My eyes go to the charts in a different way than his eyes went to the charts. So, it's how you use it, like every single scan. So always, Mike C. I'm sure you have it a million times at this point, but you're too kind as always. So that covers that on the cup and handle. Let's see, Fast Johnny thing entered. Scalp day. Okay, I think you're talking about skin there. So yeah, and that's it too. What's going to happen with the market? We're sitting at all-time highs, and it's like every time we start to push on a new all-time high, we get this pullback, and it's very choppy and very hard to trade all-time highs. For me personally, I don't like trading all-time highs in the indices, in the you know what I mean, in the major ETFs. I like it when they make nice pullbacks, break the charts, set the charts back up for me, and then I can ride those charts with the indices back up again. Where we're sitting now, and we've been sitting at all-time highs forever. Essentially, we haven't. I don't even know if we've had a 3% pullback in the last 6 months or something like that. It's really hard and grindy for the way I trade, and that's why I pull things off quicker. There's been some trades where I got out early and I did okay on them, and they ran away without me after a pullback. But it's how it's had to be for me, and that's all there is to it, unfortunately. So it is what it is. Trade what you got, not what you want. Yeah, Fast Johnny. That's something that you got to decide. Those are the levels that my eyes jumped out at me as far as skin went. So Pete Santos Jr. Sup Chris talking about 200-day moving average on 15-minute chart. Your thought? Stock bouncing off support. I don't use a 200-day moving average on any chart, Pete. If it works for you, use it. I know it's a huge psychological thing, and 200-day moving average. A lot of traders that use it tell you it's the last stand in the sand, if you will, for what's going on as far as support and strength and pullback and all those things like that. So it's not a silly question. No, not at all a silly question, Pete. I like very clean charts. I only, as you can see here on my intraday charts, I just have an 8 EMA, 20 SMA on both of those. I have 4 indicators on my daily chart. The green is 50. The red is at 8 EMA, 50 SMA, 8 EMA on the red, and a blue 20 SMA. I have this here, the black line that looks, more like steps moving around. That's a position in 20-day, the low position of 20 days. I happen to like that very much. I'm even considering getting rid of this 50 SMA at this point. It's just noise to me. It doesn't really affect what I'm doing or how I'm trading. I used to have, you name it, I had every indicator and their mother on a chart for a while, and it was just messy. I mean, it looked ridiculous, and it just too much noise for my brain. It's the same thing I used to run. What you see here on this screen for scans, that's all I run. I don't run almost anything else other than that. The only other things that I run that I have on a separate monitor are this here. I got this SPY chart, 15-minute SPY chart, and SPY single stock window, and my price alerts here, and the TI strengths. I just happen to follow those, and what else? And I have this sector analysis window here. That's it. That's all I run. That's everything. Everything you see there. That's it. There's no other anything special, hidden gems, jewels, or anything like that. Those are my gems and my jewels. And the way that I do that, and the reason I do that is too much noise coming in at once distracts me. I get paralyzed. I just can't make any good decisions. So that's how I do it. I keep it simple. Keep it very, very simple. Clean charts, clean data, clean scans. So I would say, Pete, that if you like the 200-day, it's working for you in any way, Pete, use it. By all means, I bounced around different indicators and things like that, especially at the beginning of my trading, and this is what I happen to settle on, those indicators. I've been using them for a while. They work well for me, and that's why I've stuck with them. So I kind of hope that helps answer you. I don't have a personal opinion on it. I'm one of those people, if it works, use it. It doesn't matter what it is. If you've got, you throw spaghetti against the wall and it works, if you got a a set of dice that decide if you get into a stock, and it's been working. Use them. Some high hopes MRAM last year. Volume looks like a semiconductor realm. I don't know. Let's take a look at MRAM. Let's take a look. So, oh yeah, that's thinly traded. And what's funny about that is I've obviously had some prior interest in it at some point because I have look at that. Now, some of this is from when I was a very new trader and I just drew every pivot line that I saw. So, so I've probably been a long time since I looked at this chart. That's hilarious. I love coming across charts like this that I did this to. Reminds me where I've been and where I'm going, And get rid of, let's clean some of this stuff up here and get rid of some of these lines. Yeah, I mean, I don't know too much about the company itself. It's one of those things where I know everybody's gonna want to have their speculative plays, buy those cheap companies that they're listed and they might do something kind of special, and we'll leave that last one there, and then maybe they get bought out type of thing. That's everybody's dream in a company, good position size, and you get bought out by one of the big guys. Interesting, a big sell-off and then a huge bounce afterwards. I'm guessing it has to be news-driven. If nothing else, you see this base built here. You can say a base inside a base. And it's wedging, wedging down like this. So that's what I'm looking at on it, It's got to resolve itself at some point. Pretty big range here since March, looking at, came down around the $2 range up to the almost $10 range there, nine and change probably somewhere in there. So it's definitely got a good trading range. Interesting stock, interesting chart to look at for MRAM. Lithium, yeah, lithium, also a great Nirvana song. You have your own YouTube trading room. I don't have my own YouTube trading room. I have a channel. I was doing a whole bunch of videos on it for a while, doing short videos. Back in the spring there, Trey loves I got away from doing the videos, personal stuff in life. I coach a softball team, some swimming stuff, some marathon running things, all kinds of personal stuff stopped me from really making those videos for a while. I keep telling myself every day I'm going to get back into doing those videos again, and I just haven't. There's some like trade ideas education stuff up on there that I've done about Holly, creating sector watch lists or watch lists in general, setting Holly in automation with some realistic expectations, so on and so forth that I did on that channel. So, I mean, it's there, it exists. I just haven't done much with it again in the last probably, I guess, 4 months at least, anyways, since I really posted anything on it. Anything major on it. I think I added something. I added the last auto trading Holly video on there a few weeks ago. So that's that. I am working on probably next week start taking this stream over from Barry around 3:30. I'll relaunch it Eastern, run it for about an hour, a few days a week, starting next week, I do believe. I just have to finalize a few details on scheduling for that. There's also talk that myself or someone else might run the stream early in the morning for some pre-market chatter here, and then pass it over to Barry when he's ready to start his. But that's also in early talks of that. But we're here. There's a lot. Support is tricky for us. Sometimes we're swamped with certain things in support, and other times we're not. I think having live support for you guys is really great. Trying to get it at some different times. Not everybody's schedules mesh. It's hard for a lot of people to be here at noon Eastern daily for this stuff. So maybe a few early morning sessions, a few late afternoons, maybe a few even late evening sessions. I'm going to try to work into it. The issue also becomes, how many hours can I sit here in a day? Some days I'm starting at, 5:30 in the morning here. So, going 5:30 in the morning and then starting up a live stream at 7 o'clock in the evening isn't exactly ideal for my sleep schedule. But trying to make ourselves more available, trying to organize some more stuff here for myself personally, give you guys more time live. Some Q&A here, things like that. And even if it's not just Q&A on the software, just chatting about charts and things like that. And like, we always mention we don't teach trading per se, but I do feel like, just doing what we're doing now, looking at some charts, looking at, what everybody's seeing with their eyes. It helps everybody get a handle of, what appeals to your eye, what sees you, what jumps out. You guys might bring, recommend a chart or talk about a chart and see something there that jumps out at me saying, hey, I wouldn't have saw that without you guys, and vice versa. Something that I might see in a chart, helps you guys see something and define some of your trading strategies and things like that. So, you know, hopefully that all kind of jives all together. Jamie gave me a scan for cup and handle the other day. Should I share that link? That scan that he gave you is the one that I just dropped in here, I do believe, or it's something similar that I gave him. So yeah, go ahead and drop it in here. You're welcome to drop that in here, Pete. Sorry, I got a little bit behind. Semiconductor world. Yep. So we covered that. We ever host a room in the morning? Oh, we just covered that there, Trey. Catching up here. Barry's website address. Yeah, let me get you that here. Give me a second there, Barry. Barry's site is getting dropped in for you right now. There you go. That's Barry's homepage. Great homepage to have. Bookmark that. Barry's scans are fantastic. I've been doing a little more day trading over the last 2 months and using that option scanner that he made, and having some better success than I've actually ever had day trading, to be quite honest. So, for whatever it's worth. Day trading's tough for me. I don't like it when it's, really, really jumpy stocks, spready and all those things like that. It's just not what I do. But some of the stuff that comes through there, I set some price alerts and let those price alerts work. And if it happens to line up well, awesome. And if it doesn't, it is what it is. So I think we covered everything here. Let me know if I missed something. We can circle back to it, pop it in this chat again. So on and so forth. So looking at some things that I'm trading, I really thought we were going to make a march towards all-time highs this morning. I put on some trades and then took a licking this morning on some of those trades. So looking at them now, and I have one other one that I put on that is kind of hovering around, maybe making a move here. So just watching my own positions now. Give you some full disclosures here. So I put on this yesterday, DTST. Had some news that came out, I think with IBM. I've been watching it anyways, watching this pattern curling up here like this. So I put that on just over 7 yesterday. I'm kind of watching it hold this 8 EMA here on a 15-minute chart. Let that play out, see what happens. I've taken a licking so far here, VXRT. I jumped this one this morning. I got it about 5 cents higher than I wanted to enter it. Not a huge deal. However, I thought we were going to make a move here, and I bought the top. Whoops. But I got my stop here, this 20-day low position. That's my stop for now. We'll see what happens. It's a stock that I've been watching for a long time. My concern, as always, as anybody that's ever seen me discuss charts like this, is you got a lot of bag holders up here that are going to continue to distribute price, and they've distributed it, here and here and here. I'm just hoping that enough has been distributed that we can make a break on this here. I put my bet on. I liked it. I like the volume that it's consistently had. It's trading 0.45 relative volume, so it's way under what it's normally been doing, but it's traded 2.1 million shares today, so that's liquid. So anyways, I made my bet. Made my bed. I'm laying in it. That's what I'll do. Got my stops, all that stuff defined, so on and so forth. So just, give you guys an idea of how it works. I took a really big bath today, though, on ARRY, ARRY. It's something I've traded a few times. Love this gap that we had working here. And I bought a second top today. So it is what it is. Took a major bath here, and then it's turned around here. So we'll see what happens. My stop, it almost got to my stop as a matter of fact. It didn't. We'll see what happens with it. I'm not thrilled about it, and I might just cut it today. Regardless, early on my stop, pull what we call a Holly, reduce risk here. We'll see. I'd really like to see it get above 1850 again for me to want to hold it. It's just that this gap here is so tempting. Electric generation, solar, all that stuff like that. It's sectors that I like. I would have loved to have seen it, hold this line here. It pierced it. But I was looking at this area here as my stop. The low of these candles here is what I'm looking at more as my stop. So, share size accordingly. That's what I do. But like I said, I did not like that massive rollover right there. And like I said, so that just may alter the plan, reduce risk, so on and so forth. So give you guys a shot into the mind here. And like I said, that's why I say I'm a very, very average trader at best. Very average trader at best. You want a great trader? Barry. You want a great trader? Andy. You want a great trader? Steve. You want a great trader? Jamie. Those are traders that are unbelievable. So that's that. Holly, look, Holly's working the short side pretty well. It's flopped back and forth now with some of it because, like, as just mentioned, choppy day. Just the way it is, sitting here near all-time highs. It's just grind and grind and grind and grind and grind. Got everybody with a hair trigger that's ready to sell the second it looks like there's a sell-off going on, and then everybody with a hair trigger ready to buy back the second, it looks like it's, going to pull back up again. So it is what it is. ATER. We got Doodle putting in there. ATER. What do you say, ATER? Interesting. What sector we're looking at? Electronic housewares, fan manufacturing, household. That is hefty right now. Now trading almost 7 times its normal 10-day volume, but 42 million shares traded. That is liquid. And we can see increasing volume through there. Beautiful RSI. Gotta love that. Gotta love that. But it's made its move. So if you were catching it early here, congratulations. Couple dollar move off that. This is where it becomes very extended, especially on the faster moving averages. So now if you got your position, manage it well. Things that I do like is this 8 EMAs crossing the 50 here. And so you'll start to get some fanning out on those. Perhaps as we move forward, that 20 starts to cross the 50, more and more bullish. But we are way extended off that 8 EMA now, off this candle here, back from the $7 range. So, it becomes what we talked about very early here in this session, thou shall not chase, but what's the difference between a chase and a breakout? You got to determine that. I can't determine that. I determine that for me, not for you. And you don't determine that for me. That's how that works. So, it is what it is, as the saying goes. So 18-hour choppy day, blah, blah, blah. ABIT and OTC. Take a look. So we got the pink sheet, unless it changed to an OTC in the last day or two and the data provider hasn't updated it. My goodness. Well, anybody that's been a believer from way back when, they're getting fitted for their Lambo or something now, I guess. That's, quite the move here. Quite the move. So congratulations to anybody got it. Not something I'm trading, I'll tell you that right now. I don't have market data for it on IB. No real-time market data. There you go. IB has no real-time market data on that right now as far as the data package that I'm subscribed to. So I don't even know what the spread is on that thing. But power to the people in it. It's part of your plan. Trade away. Fun to look at stuff like that, though. Let's see here. DTST, playing with my emotions still here. See what it does. Got that wick from yesterday. See what we can or can't do. It goes back to what I got to watch out for is you got bag holders here. They're gonna meet us. The bag holders met them here. They met them here. They met them here. Not gonna meet us here. That's how I look at it. I think it had other spikes too. Let's take a look here. Scroll back. Memory serves well. Yeah. So same thing. You can see it made a big run here, and that big run, whoever was holding from here, bared no effect on what it did there. So, uh, you know, we'll see. But obviously, this bounce was met, sold, met. What happens here? These are the things that I'm looking at. Rays of sunshine, whatever you want to call it. Have some fun with some charts. Get a drawing tool. Start drawing on charts. It's all made up. It's all made up. Every bit of it is made up. If it works, it works. That's all there is to it. So, hope some of this is helping, making sense. Um, we want to talk about overall markets. Look at the SPY. I drew this line in the SPY quite a while ago. Seems to be a magnet. Let's zoom way out. All right, and we can see right here. Um, you know, this first line here, pullback test, breakout. Couldn't break out. Got it finally. We broke out. We've tested it. We're testing it. We're testing it again. I had a quote unquote self bet that we would get 455 and we'd see a real pullback. We got 454. Is this the beginning of a real pullback after that 454? 1 point off what I thought we would get. I don't know. Just going to trade it as is. Keep my stops accordingly on the positions that I make, and we'll see what happens. So on and so forth is life. Oh, anchored VWAP is off on this because of the way this is saved. So I do like to look at an anchored VWAP here. So if I can make an adjustment, let's make that adjustment on the SPY here chart. Zoom back in, and give ourselves a 2-day anchored VWAP on this. And this gives me kind of a momentum indicator, if you will. So we don't include today, so we go back 1 day, 2 days. This is what I do. Kind of a short-term momentum. And we can see that, the 2-day VWAP has been kind of in control as a magnet where we're going the last few days on the SPY. It's having a tough time breaking away from it here. So we're crossing again here. These moving averages. We'll see if we can't push up on that here. I think wasn't it an executive order we don't close down on Fridays or something like that? I kid. So anyways, make some humor here. And fire away, guys. Fire away with questions. That's what we're here for. And one of the reasons that it's tough for us to give more live support and things like that is if we're not getting interaction. There's other things we're going to work on, I'm going to work on, and things like that. So, use it up. I understand, like I said, that's why I also want to experiment with some different times for live interactions with you guys. See what happens here. Maybe there's more call for some stuff going on at 7 o'clock in the evening or 7 o'clock in the morning. I want to give times, or Eastern times, of course, since I'm on the Eastern Seaboard. So, we'll see how it all goes. But we're here for you. Throw it out there, guys. Burning questions. Like 20 minutes before Barry comes swooping back in. Let's see. Got PETV. What do you look like? What are you? Ooh, rough. Making some moves today. 170 times normal volume. Trading 2.2 million shares. So, again, data interpretations. Make of that what you will. Is that a beginning of a cup and handle recovery? I don't know. Surgical, medical instrument manufacturing. Another area that has forever innovations coming into it. There's always going to be sick people. There's always going to be innovations in the healthcare department. But again, picking the right ones, the right stocks. So interesting chart as always. Do I mess around with options? Nope, never, not once. I don't know the first thing about options other than they exist. Um, I mean, I understand what a put and a call is. I don't understand how any of that stuff works. Um, that's all I really got on options. Sorry, there's not much else I can help you on that. Um, I would say I have an advantage and a disadvantage of my background in trading. My background in trading is the fact that I knew absolutely nothing about trading until 2000 and spring of 2017 is when I first began to pay attention to any of this stuff whatsoever, and I knew really nothing at all. So I'm completely self-taught. I had to teach myself everything, which is good in the sense that I have no bias about anything. I just look at charts and that's it. I don't care about narratives. I don't care about what this is done or that's done traditionally or any of that stuff like that. I accept the fact that everything returns to the mean. Everything always returns to the average. Those averages obviously adjust over long periods of time, but it's always a return to the mean for everything in life. Markets are no different or no exception. So that's my advantage. My disadvantage by not having any background in finance whatsoever is that it takes a lot of mind power to study and understand and go over charts and learn what RSI and SMA and EMA and MACD and Ichimoku and all these different things, which I don't even know all of these things. I've just touched on a lot of them. But to teach yourself all these different things, it puts me at the disadvantage that there is an incredible amount of knowledge out there to learn. And there's only so much time to learn it all and continue with regular life too. So that's where that all kind of comes in. That I kind of had to pick and choose what I'm going to work on and stick with that. And there's nothing I don't want to learn, but just options haven't been something I've been able to gravitate towards. So that's my realistic type of thing. Um, that's how that works. So um, that's my story on options, or lack thereof story on options. Barry is calling out quadruple U, just come through the option scanner. You know, that's hard for me to want to get involved in that. And with that sitting right above it, also to mention that I've picked my poison on the day. I got my positions. I'm not entering anything else today. So, well, I don't think I'm entering anything else on the day. we'll keep it at that. Unless something makes a move that I'm already holding, which I don't foresee really happening. What I have is being held for the next 1 to 5 days at least. I'm gonna involve myself in nothing else. Thus is my plan. So fire away, guys. There must be someone in here, some question somewhere. Let's look what my pointed list is looked at. So 79 entrants there. Nice. I had a much earlier alert on that in the day. We had these pullbacks, so but I had to reload all this when I loaded up the support session here. So what you're seeing here is going to be some of these alerted much earlier in the day here. So I've got a pointed list here. I really curate what I'm looking at here. It's probably about 40 stocks on this. That's about it. How would I create a 100-day support using position and range? So, yeah, Barry's back in the other room. I believe I still have the YouTube room here. So, But yeah, he's back in the other room. He comes back around 12:30 in the other room Eastern. Uh, so there's not a way to create it as a filter, but you could do it on a chart. So if you right click and we go to indicators, look for multi-period high or multi-period low. I'm using the multi-period low, and I have the period set to 20 for 20 days. So just set that to 100 and do all the rest of the modifications like you do with any other indicator. That's it. You should have access to that. I like 20. Michael Noss was kind enough to create that for us. Really created it for me. You guys have access to it. So it was very, 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 very simple indicator to create. Some are more simple than others. That took absolutely no math whatsoever, no server load whatsoever. And that's that. So that's how I do that. Let me know if that makes sense. And we take a look at some of this stuff. It's funny, here with Holly, and why, she's a good watch list and best to be managed by a trader, in my opinion. 1, 2, 3 were all absolutely on fire an hour ago. These three were outstanding trades, and they have all begun to fade as the market pulls back up again. You know, and some of these here started off as high flyers when the market first opened. Even though we were trending down, there was some strength. They've all kind of flopped around here and started to revert. All right, this has remained very strong. It was a great alert. I wanted to enter it. I was stuck on a phone call. I could not enter it. And I'm going to send that guy a check, a bill, because he cost me a trade. He cost me all that money. So I'm going to send him a bill for my missed opportunity. Can I demonstrate again? Yeah, absolutely. So right click the chart, come to indicators, click indicator. Yes, I probably have indicators here that you guys don't have. So before we get into any of that, yes, I'm on a developmental version. What you see that I have that you don't have doesn't work anyways. It doesn't work for me. It won't work for anybody else. But you look for multi-period low, okay? And in the multi-period and the periods here, you're going to put 100 since you're asking for 100 day. I have 20 because that's what I like to look at. I don't like to look at 100-day periods. I like to look at the 20-day period. That's how it's a big part of my trading plan / strategy. So that's what I do. Excuse me. That's how that works. So there you have it, sports fans. We're all caught up here. All right. So, all right. Again, fire away. You got a few more minutes before Barry swoops in. I can always give you all the lecture again about trading being a business and not a job. Always a pleasure, David. Really, I am probably one of the biggest fanboys of trade ideas that exist, and I was a big fanboy of trade ideas long before I got lucky enough to land a position with the company. So, I'd like the people to get out of it what I get out of it, in their own way, of course. But you know, data interpretation. That's one of the biggest things I like to pound the table on these days. There's no one way to look at it. There's no two ways to look at it. There is just an infinite amount of ways. And while there are things I wish we did do that we don't currently do, that hopefully we will work on and continue to innovate and get there, there's ways to work around a lot of this stuff always. So, that's how we do it. Goes back to, a lot of people want different scans with pattern recognitions. It's possible to get some of this stuff just using position and range filters, things like that. Interest in AI strategy. I'm not sure. Yeah, I can definitely do a demo on it. If you could point the question a little more specifically, I mean, I use the AI as a watch list more or less throughout the day. If something really interests me, I'm setting price alerts accordingly, and trading off those price alerts. If I'm trading the I already had things I was really, really watching today, anyways, so I kind of let the AI sneak by me with some of the stuff that it was doing today. Um, that's how I like to use the AI. Man and machine. She's got some statistical probabilities that are in there that are really powerful. Sometimes she's early, sometimes she's late. And that's where I think, personally for me, my eye comes into these things. Give as an example here, this guy. I saw this morning. I wanted to get an entry right around her entry, and then it passed by it. It was up around 1710, 1720. I just didn't want to commit those couple of cents afterwards. Like I said, I was on a call at that time too with some stuff, so this kind of got pulled away my attention. Obviously, hindsight being 2020, but I lost track of it, and then I made other entries, and so I stopped watching it. And so, had I been paying better attention, I probably would have had a price alert set for around here, and that price alert just happens to coordinate with that 815 EMA, where it bounced off that and has not looked back again. If you ask me, it looks like it may have a date with that rising EMA again, but it's well past where I would want to enter it. That's how I look at the AI. You know, keep a watch list. These are all shorts. Now, let's say the market continues to recover on some of these shorts. Do we get a gap and fill? Do we find a bottom here? We're making a V bottom and making a move up. You got this kind of range here, so maybe setting an alert above this here, or setting alert maybe near that entry. If we got to move over the next couple of hours, we start to fill back up towards here. A lot of room on this chart. Playing the opposite of the AI, as I'm showing here. Get creative. Don't, and when I say get creative, I don't mean think you're going to outsmart the market or outsmart anything. Just, look at what's happening. Line it up with what the indices are doing. This kind of curling pattern here. So, it made this range here for a long time. It broke that range. So if you had been watching this, you could take, a very orderly entry here on some of this here, playing the opposite of these shorts as we literally watch the market bounce here. Bring the SPY chart over and look at how it's kind of coordinated in with this. The same thing here. Look at that. So, sold off with the market, sold off with the market, bounced with the market, bounced with the market. Nothing overly complicated about that. But these are pieces of a puzzle, putting them together. So I don't know if that gives you some assistance on what you're looking at for the AI there. I'll share a video that I did on being realistic with auto trading the AI, if that's what you're asking about. Um, hmm. Oh, I don't know why this is doing this to me. Sorry, it's giving me a hard time here with switching my account to the one I want to be on. I can't share a link here. Give me a second there. And any other questions, please fire them away, guys. There we go. So, for anybody that's, want to auto trade Holly, I think, I go over setting her up in the simulator, but it applies if you're going to set with E-Trade or IB. And I try to deliver some realistic expectations for auto trading in general, let alone auto trading Holly. Um, you too, Kev. Thanks. Yes, I keep an eye on that. Quadruple U. And if you happen to be paying attention, there's also in Barry's option scanner, I believe 4 uranium plays in there. So, you know, that's that. Is there a setting to adjust for dividends? Check out what we have for a dividend filter. Do, 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 do. You got this dividend filter here. I have some custom. I don't even know where that came from, to be honest. I don't even know what that is. I don't really do customs, so it's probably something that I needed from some to troubleshoot someone's scan at some point that they had created, is what my guess would be. So that's what we have for dividends. I don't really look too much at dividends as far as this kind of playing here. So as far as dividend goes, Wes, that's it. That's all we have on the dividend there. You could probably do something with a custom here. Let me see. Um, like I said, I don't really get into the custom formulas at all. I don't use them in any scanning. However, if anybody is interested, and here's a video that goes over some custom stuff for you here. If anybody's interested, knock yourself out. Mike C, thank you. Have a great weekend. You're just beyond too kind. I really appreciate it, Mike C. Um, Make sure you get out there and enjoy wherever you are. Some fall weather sneaking in here. As in for chart settings, all my moving averages adjust for dividend and TOS. Um, yeah, I mean, we don't have anything like that. I mean, you could set up using the filter that I just showed there and put that into a scan, and with moving average filters that we have as well, and coordinate those accordingly. Um, or you could, take a look at that video for customs. There's nothing overly complicated about them. We have to have the data point in order to make the custom. Like, for example, we don't have EMAs, so you cannot make a custom for EMAs. We don't have the ability to do lookbacks, or we don't, the SMAs that we have are hard data points, so you cannot, you cannot change those hard data points in the SMAs, but you could take the SMA codes that we have and coordinate those with the dividend filter in a way. And in that video, it'll go over, the beginnings of how that'll all work, how to find the codes that we have, how to load those codes in, and all that. And you don't need to be any fancy coder. There's no, the math is as complicated as you want to make the math, and I suppose in some of it. You just need to know some of the language, if you will, booleans, if-then statements, so on and so forth. But that's where I would point you to, Wes. Other than that, you have to stick with the filters that are in there, put them into a scan, give them the values that you're looking for, whether it be the, SMAs and the dividend filters. So, give you a look here. Seattle. Someday I'm going to make it out there. Someday. So let's see. New alert window, for example. Let's bring out this new alert window here for you there, Wes. Let's come in here. Let's clean it up a little bit. Get rid of these values here just for fun, because this is what's coming preloaded there. And if we come to search, you know, we can add this dividend filter here. Add filter. You know, we can search. We can look at SMAs. We're going to switch it to filters for now. There are some SMA alerts, but you know, you take a look at this filter set and you can see what SMA you're looking for here. This is what we offer. All right, and then start to, you know, add them in. So if, you know, for example, you're looking for a change from 50, for example, you know, add that filter in. Brings us back here, and we start to give values to these here. So that's the direction I'd point you in without.
So I apologize if I'm talking over you, Chris, and YouTube. I've started to stream. Just let me know when you're out, okay? Okay, thank you. Okay, guys, so in the YouTube room, for those of you who don't know, we have been talking at length about the uranium plays. Okay, thank you, Chris. So we've been talking at length about the uranium plays. Four of them showed up on the options scanner, and the other one, CCJ, on another option scanner. So uranium is hot, hot, hot. We have quadruple U, NXE, UEC, and DNN that showed up. Just what I'm talking about. So there is a sector right there, guys, that is hot, and I can include CCJ in this one right there. This is one I can't give you because it has a custom formula in it. So I need somebody, well, if you don't want to do it, that's fine, but I have to find out what happened here. I mean, this stopped trading in 2016 as NXE. So I don't know if this was a completely different company and then they decided to, start trading it, but this is like a 4-year gap. So it looks like a massive drop here. But again, this stopped here in 2013, and then we started again in 2001. So is that right? 2017, I can't quite. There, 2017. So something happened in the interim here. We had a four-year gap. It just looks like a massive gap to fill. And another uranium play, next gen. All of these are, I believe, all from Canada. Okay, Amex. So this is not. NXE is. DNN definitely is. And the big guy, CCJ, these are all Canadian uranium plays. Don't understand the question exactly, EZ. How do you start from scratch on the... Are you talking about clicking on the buy or short button from a chart? I'm not quite sure I understand your question exactly. Okay, but are you talking about clicking on a buy button or the S or the short button on the chart to start trading? Is that what you mean? I mean, first of all, you need an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account, number one. So if you don't have either of those two accounts, you can't trade using this Brokerage Plus platform or trade, as you say, from the... Yeah, but you have, so you have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, easy? or you're trying to use a simulator? I just need a little more information. Okay, see, unfortunately I asked too many questions. So, do you have, so answer either yes or no. Do you have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account? I'm just waiting for either a yes or a no to that question. Okay, so you've got Interactive Brokers. Okay, so you, okay, well, first of all, so now again, are you wanting to be able to click on the buy button or the sell button, the short button to trade on the chart? Is that what you're talking about? Okay, no, you're not answering my question. If I know you have Interactive Brokers, but that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you're asking about trading from the chart. So are you wanting to be able to click on that buy button or the sell button, the short button on the chart to trade? Is that what you mean? Okay, okay. Well, I'm going to assume that's what you mean. Okay, I'm trying to decipher. So you have to have a strategy. You have to create your own strategy. Okay. Just give me a moment here. Yeah, no, I understand, Easy, but to trade off the chart, you have to assign, you have to create a strategy, okay, and then you have to assign that strategy to the buy button or the sell button. I, that's what you did? Okay, well, because you notice you have to assign, set as default chart long strategy, one of your long strategies, and one of your short strategies if you're wanting to go short. Then, when you click on the buy button, it'll apply the rules that you created for your buy strategy. Okay, so okay, you know all that. So where are we now then? So then if you know all that and you've done all that, then what exactly is your question? Yeah, so there are two rooms going here at the same time, Pluto. Okay, so there's a YouTube room, and then you're in the main room here. Okay, this is the main room. I'm just answering somebody in our YouTube room. That's all. Well, you don't want to. No, no, Pluto, don't go to the YouTube room. You're in the main trading room, okay? There's more action in here. There's no point in going to the YouTube room. Okay? Just that I get the odd question from our YouTube viewers, that's all, so I have to answer them. Well, I don't understand when you say you start with an alert and the alert keeps going. I don't quite understand what you mean. I mean, if your strategy is generating, are you trying to auto trade or like I'm not sure I understand what you mean. You might have to, you know what? Okay, I may not be able to help you because I'm not understanding. Unfortunately, Chris, who was just in the room before, he uses Brokerage Plus a lot. I'm just not quite understanding what you're talking about. So maybe if you go to our homepage, because I don't do anything that you're trying to do, so I don't have any experience like that. But if you go to our homepage and ask the question, I know Chris is there and he might be able to help you, okay? I just put the homepage link just above you. Okay, easy. I just put the homepage link. If you can see my screen, I just put it above you. So just click on that, okay? And just ask that question. I'm just not quite understanding what you're trying to do. No, he's in another room. He's in the YouTube room behind me. All right, guys. Let's see if there's anything kind of interesting. Zev, guys. ZEV. Just a big volume push right there. Look at the volume push right there for ZEV. Over $10 now. A few days ago, it did get up to 1050. Of course, electric EV play. And now we finally understand why the position and lifetime range looks so low, 36%, even though when you look left, you think, wow, well, there's the next high over here. How can it be 30? Because this turned into ZEV from a previous SPAC, and the SPAC was obviously way up higher. Just give me a moment, please. And Zev just whooshed right up. Look at this move for Zev, ZEV. Keep an eye on the quadruple U, guys. The longer it holds over 7, you just start getting some more volume, and it might start to approach that 740 area. Remember I was talking about Fuse yesterday, F-U-S-E. I was talking about Fuse yesterday, how it came up on the option scanner. Still trading, you know, I mean, but it didn't do anything. Still wondering if there's just some, stocking up on this share price right now before some kind of a move. Again, I'm not telling anybody to take this one, but it was just kind of interesting. I mean, look how it's been basing months at this level. So it's an acquisition company, of course. Blank check company, SPAC. There was just a lot of option activity yesterday. A lot of volume for it yesterday. Just didn't move. You already took it. Well, you probably, you're stopped. I mean, what's the low here? 982, 972. Yeah, you've got a very tight stop. Typically, they don't go very much below that 10 level. So, when it is a SPAC. So, yeah, I don't know. It just seemed rather interesting yesterday that it showed up. Oh, I see. Okay, so you actually took the options. Okay. Not yet. No, I'm waiting. I want to see. I want to see the break. 705 again is the target. Well, the target. The alert from the option scan. I'd like to see it get back up to about 710. It's a kind of a snoozer right now, but it's definitely the right sector. It's got that. The float is pretty high. That's why it's going to take a bit to move it. So, but just need some volume. The volume has kind of been tapering off. You see in the 15-minute. Imagine we get some volume like this. This is what propelled it. We start getting some volume back like this. I'm sure it'll. Well, I'm pretty sure, unless it's all selling volume, it will start to move. Okay, guys, so that level for the Otley at 1798 looked like that was kind of the stalling factor. It got up to what, 1788 or so, and I was saying 1798 was the next high looking left, so I'm really intrigued to see what IC does after hours. Let's see if it takes back 14. Remember I was saying yesterday about love could be a second day continuation on earnings. And notice it showed up in the in the AI again today. So if you take a look at love, so I had the great day yesterday, and now had earnings yesterday before the market opened, and its continuation. I was saying it still had room. Look at the room it's got. So the AI. There's a nice video that was done to kind of explain, yeah, you get an alert today for the AI, but it's something that should be watched going forward several days, because it doesn't mean, even if it didn't work today, there were some reasons why it appeared today, and they could carry forward over the next few days. Yeah, I know so April, if you want to take that trade, I'm not going to tell anybody to take this trade because it's at 710, okay? I do notice that Cameco is having a little bit of a drop here. All right, guys. So Ader is obviously getting back into play here a little bit. So you see where I exited. Now again, I was just showing this as a demonstration. Where I exited is 40 cents above. So, you know, obviously you wouldn't want that. Okay, guys, now things are definitely starting to slow down for me here. Matterhorn. Matterport, sorry. Now this is a shipper. Now I can't believe it's really this price. Maybe it did, yeah. So this did a reverse split. You can tell. You know, just look at the lifetime range. It's just a little bit, you know, it's within 10% of its above the high of its low in its life. So it's you can tell. So obviously they did a reverse split. Yeah, my only concentration on IC, quite frankly, is if it takes out 14 again. The volume has completely decreased, you know, after the initial flurry. My only interest in it is if it takes out 14 again. But, you know, look at this. I mean, look at the volume. It's just, you know, dwindling. So until they get some excitement back, I am not touching it. Not even going to look at it. But imagine if it popped through 14 on some volume. So what is the market doing? So the market actually had a nice positive open to begin with. We had about an hour and a half down, starting to rally a little bit, but now we're getting another red bar. Dow is down a little, SPY is basically flat, and tech is basically flat. Now you notice, guys. I mean, look at APLS as an example. Now, where did APLS get out? Okay. So you notice that, is that right? Conservative. Yeah, so I mean APLS, I mean this was the AI alert. Now, fantastic alert. You get the alert here at 30, that's hiding it, 30, what was it, 33.44 to short. It goes all the way down to 20, I mean that's a $7 move, okay? That's a huge move, percentage-wise even. The minute it started to do this, you know, you've got to be looking at this. Like this is why we don't agree with automated trading with the AI. You know, you start to see a move like this, you've got to take some off. You can't allow this to happen. Get almost right back up to where you know where you entered the trade if you entered it on a short. Well, guys, I see was there volume. Little bit of volume, little bit though. You know, it's starting to come in a little bit. Boy, watching this IC, guys, I mean, look at the volume. The volume did come in on the 2 minute. It's starting to come in on the 5. Can it hold 14 this time? You know, I mean, there's the high of the day. It's way up here, almost 15. And actually, yesterday, after hours, it got up to about 1477. Looks like about, actually, it's over 15, the high of the day. So, yeah. But it's been choppy. The volume came in on the 2 minute chart. The volume's coming in on the 5 minute. Is it enough to sustain it? I'm watching it, watching it, watching it. Look at that weekly volume. It's all, well, I guess yesterday, well, not, it doesn't count yesterday after hours. It's all today, really. You can see right there's the monthly volume. There's today's volume, 128 million. So 144 for the week, 128 is today. Boy, this quadruple U is paint dry stuff. I mean, this is just not wanting to really move. Now the volume is coming in. The volume on the 15-minute chart is starting to come in a bit. You know, we started a new 130, so we started a new 15-minute candle, but you know, it's starting to come in a little bit. So this is what I'm talking about. See the volume bar right there? At least it was more than the previous one. What we need some volume bars that look like this to get it really rocking again. Yeah, that 8er, which, yeah, I can see right here, 77 cents above now where I exited. Again, this is in the simulator. Bless you. Okay, so the issue I've got with the triple U, quadruple U is, Cameco is starting to drift down a little bit, just a little bit. It's just it's just getting too boring. So this is what I'm going to do. For the quadruple U, I am going to, put an alert up here, just at the high here, 711, and see if it takes it out on a big volume push. If not, I'm just, it's just too slow. I don't know. Well, what do we say it does? ATER, no, Technology Enabled Consumer Products Company. So you just have to check out, click the profile, and unless they've changed their business, this is what they do. Okay, these are just ideas. These are just alerts. Are you talking about in the AI or are you talking about the alerts? These are just ideas. That's why the company is called Trade Ideas. These are just ideas. Well, it depends. If it's a long, if it's a short, then you short it. If it's a long, you buy it to go long. I'm not sure I understand your question. You get the alert. How you trade it will be up to you, but it's telling you whether or not it's a short or a long. So I'm not sure I understand the question. And at a certain time, it'll exit the trade. It exits all the trades at the end of the day. It doesn't mean you have to. If it's still trading well, if it still looks good, lots of room for it to keep running, you don't have to get out of the trade. The AI does get out of every trade at the end of the day, mainly for statistical purposes, but other than that, there's no, I talked about the love yesterday. The love yesterday was, something that you could have held. Look where it closed, right near the highs. It was an earnings play. You have to put a proper stop in place, but it had a lot of room still, for it to run before it hit. So there was a classic example of an alert from yesterday that you could have held because it closed right near the highs and held it. It's up another $5. Are they all going to be like that? Of course not. But it was an earnings play, so it had a very positive reaction. Look at the reaction it had to its earnings release yesterday through the 200-day moving average. And I said this could be a continuation on earnings because it still had room to move. That's why there's no blueprint, to trade the AI. Some chart reading experience has to come into play. All right, well, it's right back up. Is it on volume though? I'm talking about the quadruple U. No, I mean, if you're so inclined, also, I mean, if you think uranium is going to continue being hot, I mean, look where it came from. Now, this is a few months, and it's been choppy. This has not been like a steady run on the weekly or the monthly chart. But CCJ, if you look at CCJ, which is I would consider the leader, if not certainly one of the leaders. It has a slightly different look, though. I mean, it did have a drop all the way down to 15. What are you going to do? Tough to hold that. You look at the weekly chart, a little bit better. Cadle, well, what is it doing? Waited for that one a couple of days ago. Didn't do anything. Didn't do what I wanted it to do. Yeah, still. What just happened? I don't know. What did just happen? That's that play Tika. Wow, no kidding. Look at that drop now. Um, Again, I asked the question. I have no idea. Was this had anything to do with Apple? I'm just looking because it mobile games, etc. That have anything to do with that Apple decision when it ran? Would anybody know? Seems a little bit strange out of nowhere. It did all this. Let me see what Apple is doing. See if it's tracking. So Apple had the a couple of big candles. Well, that one, and then even a follow through. Give me a moment here, guys. I'm watching this MTTR from the option scanner. All right, well, volume is starting to pick up for quadruple U. Ooh, watch the IC if it ever gets some volume here. IC, if it ever gets some volume. Starting to pick up a little bit. Look at the 15-minute chart here. You see a little bit of a move here. 3 minutes for this one to close. Again, you can tell this was a SPAC before. MTTR turned into whatever the SPAC was, turned into this one. This is who they merged with. How you can tell, because look at the position and lifetime range, it's 51%. You would look at this and think, well, this is an all-time high, but no. Whatever the SPAC was before, it probably got up to about $38. Definitely need volume. This IC could be really interesting after hours today. And there's that VWAP 1417, as Real is pointing out. Give me a moment here, guys. Yikes! Yeah, look at look at IC. Well, that's why we wait. That is exactly why we wait. The VWAP got rejected, and look at this. Yeah, on volume, on the volume. That was nasty. I have to admit, I was thinking that because the volume was starting to increase a little bit. Well, you might want to keep an eye on PRQR, guys. I mean, the next high looking left is way up here at 9, so that's plenty of room. If it wants to keep going, it had to pull back down to 8. What's the volume like? Volume is okay. Just give me one moment, please. guys, sorry about that. I'm back. Now, just before I put myself on mute, I was talking about this PRQR. Yeah, the problem I got is I just don't know what he signed up as. Yeah, there's a million Williams. I don't know what his last name is. I can check, but we have so many Williams. Anybody know what it? Well, no, don't. So, I can do a search on the user base, but without a last name, I have no idea. There's probably, I don't know, looks like there's a 300 Williams anyway. So anyway, yeah, definitely. Yeah, I don't know though if that was what, well, I can try that. I don't know if that's what really it was though. I thought it was a dollar sign. Yeah, but every day he has to log in. Man, got a lot of Emily's too. Yeah, well, next week, hopefully William is back next week. Yeah, no. Let's just wait till next week. It might, but won't matter. I mean, the login is every day. I don't have like a history of logins. Certainly not for last week. So. All right, guys. Well, things are slowing down a little bit for me here now. I'm not getting too many new alerts. Yeah, but William real, he doesn't want to take any time off. He hates it when there's a market holiday. Anyway, let's just wait till next week. Do you need somebody to short every stock that moves up a little? Jason P. Not sure I know what you mean by that, but oh, okay. Well, UPC pop. Let's see what that one looks like. UPC pop. And yes, UPC pop. So why would it not be showing up? The relative here, the relative volume is too low, but there is a massive UPC pop. And I know what you want to do, real. So this is actually shortable at Interactive Brokers. Lots of 132,000 available. From where did it come? 220, 230. And there it goes. Look at that. Wow, 277 down to 248. Yeah, well, yeah, that's Dusty, and yeah, unfortunately he did pass away. Mm-hmm. All right, guys, look, CCJ is starting to move after that little pullback. So quadruple U could start to make a little move here. Just looking, look at CCJ. Look at CCJ right here. Come on. The little pullback, now it's having a pop. I don't really see a pop yet. Okay. So I guess I see what you're looking at on a 5-minute chart. A little, but it's definitely in a downtrend. I mean, unless this holds, this has been super choppy. Look at the 15-minute chart. Look at all these topping tails. This one is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Well, you can send something to info@trade-ideas.com. And attention myself, Bob. Oops, wrong, just a minute. There you go, instead of a comma. Okay. I'm sorry, Bob. Bob, I'm sorry. My typing is abysmal right now. There we go. Info at trade-ideas.com, okay? Good one, Real. Now, had William been here, I mean, look at that pounding down right now. Wow, 2 o'clock. It wasn't, yeah, I don't know if it is today, but I know it was a meme stock from WSB. I don't know if it is today, but you might be right. Was it? Okay. Well, that makes sense then. Well, drag you along with it. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. I don't know about that IC now, guys. This is pretty weak. But look at quadruple U. I want to say triple U. Of course, we do have a triple U. It's a completely different sector. Used to confuse me. It's a security. I think anyway. It's a security. Yeah, it's security or something. Nothing to do with uranium. SGMA is ringing in my ear. Why are you doing that? SGMA, so obviously on the way up. SGMA. Yeah, look at Sigmatron. Wow, what a day! There was nothing happening in the pre-market that would signify this. September 15th pre-market looks like it's having earnings then. I don't know. Let's see if there's any specific news for today. Maybe they released early. Okay, so they released early. God, that. I guess they must have released early. There was no inkling that was going to happen. And that is, look at look at this. I wonder when they released. Looks like at 11:20. Does that make sense? 11:20. Yeah, it looks like right here. So there's the open. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Very rarely does a company release earnings during the day. Hmm. All right, guys, I'm just checking some emails coming in. Hold on for dear life, okay? It's just a crazy, silly acronym. HODL. Task? Let's take a look at task. So what he's talking about is short possibility for task. Chemical guys making another new high here. CCJ. Here's another strange one. Alit. A-L-I-T. Again, trying to see if this is actually a SPAC. I just don't know. It looks like it was a SPAC also, a lit. turned into a lit. The reason I say that, there it is, 76%. You would think it's at an all-time high right now, but obviously whatever the SPAC was before it merged with this company was higher at one point. All right, guys, give me a moment here. I'll be right back. I am on mute. Just give me a. I'm just munching on something. Just a minute. All right, I'm back. All right, guys. So it's 2:13. I think what I'll do is just one last run through my homepage and all that. All right, guys. So if you click on my homepage tab or my homepage link right here, is what you'll see. So obviously an opportunity. If you want to take out a subscription, you can use this promo code right here, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. You can sign up for the trade of the week. It'll be sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. So trade of the week, stock of the day, education, all free. Stock of the day, which I've already done. You can sign up for them here. Education, if you're new to trade ideas or you're thinking about taking a look at it, you can take a look at these, the introductory, what we call introductory lessons, basically going over all the basic features of trade ideas, top list, what are they, building them, alert windows, all the way down to Brokerage Plus, okay? We have our daily support sessions in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. The daily webinars, so next week the webinars will be on Monday and Wednesday. You can sign up for them all right here. Again, we're staggering them now. So next week is Monday, Wednesday. The following week it'll be Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all right here. Educational videos about trade ideas, starting trade ideas from scratch, information about the AI. If you're new to trading, great little series. What is a stock? Starting off with what is a stock? Okay, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put it together. So if you're brand new to trading, I really suggest you take a look at that. And trading ebooks. So a lot of information, including my scans. All my scans are right here. All the scans I'm sharing. Here's a sample layout. And here, this one, of course, the moving higher with unusually strong options. Love that one. But I have other scans. These are the 4 I use in the pre-market. The gap up and down shared and the pre-market actives up and down. I use these 4 for my pre-market work. So a lot of information here. That's why I'm always saying save my link. And then especially these 2 sections, you can take a look at them anytime you want. And as we're winding down this week, good opportunity. You can ask questions all day, but I'm sort of winding down myself. You can ask questions. Yeah, well, that's pretty basic. There are people out there, what is a stock? Well, define what exact. A lot of people, believe it or not, and you could be in this room, think that when you buy or sell a stock, somehow it's going to the company. Believe it or not. Thanks for showing up today, Real. We'll see you next week. Have a great weekend. I guess the best answer to that, Cam, is a combination. Mainly, I would say mainly the 15. Rarely the 2. Rarely the 2. So probably the 5 and the 15. And then, of course, I'm always eyeing the daily chart to see where the next resistance level or the next high is. I would say rarely do I monitor the trade on a 2-minute chart. Yeah, in an IPO, of course, but there are people though that listen. Not everybody watches the stock market every day like we do. So you might think, oh man, the company's doing well because the stock. I mean, yeah, the stock price goes up, of course, but a lot of people will think that all this money that's happening is going to the company. Believe it or not. It is. It's believe it or not. Yeah. Ernesto, buenos dias. Recognize that sound in the background, Becca? Maybe the mic is not picking it up. No, not a dog. Dogs don't do that. It's the kitty in the litter, yes. There you go, Fender. Definitely, this mic picks everything up. That's funny. Yeah, we have a dog also, so I think that's plenty, as you know. Okay, guys, Ater, let's take a look at Ater. Ater. You know, it's a choppy one. I mean, look at all the topping tails. I mean, look, they absolutely, it's been a tremendous run. It's just that it sells off at the end of the day, and then it resumes the next day. So I don't know what to say about this one. I mean, this has just had a tremendous run, though. I mean, it's a pullback right now, maybe basing here, but you know, I don't. You know, you'd have to be really watching this 15 to see if it holds and then pops. Yeah, okay, Mark, I'm sorry, you're gone for good. Yeah. If you can hear me, I mean, you know, there's no. This room is not like that. Or I'm not talking about this room. I'm talking about the YouTube room. Oh, it's just some guy talking about SPRT. You got to buy it now, buy it now, buy it now, buy it now. It wasn't crude. It was just, you know, just a pure and utter ridiculous pump. Hey, listen, ultimately it may work, okay? I have no problem with somebody saying, you know what, guys, this merger looks good. I know it's down now. Keep an eye on it the next few days. That's fine. But to say buy it now, it's going to the moon, whatever, forget it. Could be. No, no, that's fine. I mean, the EEIQ, you pointed that out early, Sam. That's, whoops. Yeah, I mean, it's basing nicely. I mean, I have to admit, it's basing nicely. It's choppy on the 15. You know, you have these topping tails, bottoming tails. So it is chopping around that 7 mark. But with that float, you know, I always use this expression. Anything can happen with that sort of a float. Now, again, I don't know. Let me check another source. I want to see what the another website says about the float for EEIQ. Where are you? Let me check another source. There you are. Yeah, we have got the same float as FinViz, just as an example, 1.67 million. So with that float, yeah, I mean anything can happen. And all of a sudden you get some volume coming in, and that can just shoot it upwards. The next high looking left, okay, that's fine. I'm looking at monthly charts now. So that's fine. Yeah, I mean, so the next high looking left on a monthly chart is 1328. So let's take a look at a weekly chart. So there's the next high, 872. That's far enough away on the weekly chart. So I mean, this it's got room. I like the moon, Ija. I think it's nice to stare at. Well, but it was also an earnings play. Okay, so it was definitely an earnings play, SGMA. Even though we have it for September 15th, but it appears they released at around 11:20, 11:30 today. It's very strange. Especially it's a U.S. company, so I'm not sure why they did that. The only thing I can think of, sometimes there's a leak, and so a company realizes there's a leak or something, so they release. That's the only thing I can think of. Oddly on the move again, guys. OTLY. I mean, if it takes out 19, or sorry, 18, this high right there, look left. I mean, this has a shot. RCMT, let's take a look at it, Ija. See what you left on the table. Oh, okay. I thought it was gonna be $100 or something. Okay, guys, listen, we're really winding down here. To keep me interested, maybe ask some questions. Otherwise, I'll just put myself on mute, answer some emails. All right, guys, I'm just going to put myself on mute. I'll put the announcement. If you have a question, I'll take myself off mute and answer it. Hey, a question. Yes, you can make a manual watch list. So I'm going to give you a video. We call it a symbol list. I think I actually did this video a long time ago, but it's still relevant. Okay, so it shows you how you create the watch list and then how you attach it. Okay, Maxim, you can watch that. You can watch that. So it shows you how you create the watch list, symbol list as we call it, and then how you attach it to an alert window or a top list window, and how you edit it afterwards when you want to make changes to it. All right, so there's an easier way to do it if you want to. You notice we have a heart here. You can't see it. If you like the stock, okay, you wanted to follow it, if you click the heart, it goes into a symbol list that is created for you, that we do for you, called My Liked. Okay. So My Liked, it's created for you. So the minute you click on a heart, you'll see this in the left-hand column, okay, called My Liked. And if you follow the video, then it shows you what you do. You attach it. You say only the following list. You check it. So you can do that on the fly, yes. Or you can also do something like this. You can send, okay, let's just say you looked at this, AVCT, I'd like to see that in a symbol list, but maybe it's in a different symbol list. So you go to the send, symbol lists, and you will see it. Oops, it didn't work. There you go. So you'll see it. There will be a list of symbols, or of your symbol list that you created. Okay. Now, don't get too. This is something sort of special that I've got, but you'll see it. So in other words, if you created a symbol list name, you'll see it very close, and then you just pick where you want to send it. The only issue with the My Liked, you don't have to use the chart. You can go up here. I'm assuming you have trade ideas, so you get an alert. You can send it again to the symbol lists if you want to do it that way. So if you don't want to use our charts, I think maybe that's what you mean. You don't want to use our charts. You want to use Thinkorswim's charts. So again, so you could send it. So once you've created your symbol list, you will see it very. You'll see it because you haven't created very many. Yep. Well, the send isn't. I don't think the send is. Okay, but so just remember that. Okay, I don't think the send is. It's more about creating a symbol list, attaching it to an alert window. Okay. So again, on the fly then, if you're not using our charts, but you get just right click, send, symbol list, and you'll see that, just keep, these boxes will just keep popping up, and just pick the symbol list you wanted to go into. See, look how ragged this 8er is, guys. I mean, it's been a great run. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, it's to me, it's a very tough intraday trader. Yeah, to create the symbol list is in the video. Yes. To create it and how to edit it. We're always learning. All right, guys, I'll put myself on mute. Again, I'll pop in if there are some questions. Only longs. I mean, Fender. So you can choose how you want to trade it. But I mean, most people, especially if you're brand new to trading, I mean, that's what the strength alerts are all about. I mean, it's for people who are looking for a real entry level to trade ideas. Most people will not short. So these are only long opportunities. But I mean, it's up to you, of course. But it is laid out mainly as a long opportunity. Not mainly, they are long opportunities, but they could turn into shorts. If you looked at it and you thought, you know what, I don't, I think it's a better short setup. By the way, I guess I'm not sure it's going to happen. No. The strength alerts, I'll talk a little bit about it. If you have trade ideas, either as a standard or a premium subscriber, you get these. These are the strength alerts. Okay, they get sent out. I'm not sure if it's Sunday night, certainly before the market opens Monday morning. And you get 5 of them a week. How you trade them is up to you. There is that's not good. Let me reopen it. Okay, now let me see if I can. So it's all laid out, I mean, so there's one NTLA, so it says, the entry, level of interest, entry, stop, okay? How you trade it will be up to you. So there are 5 of them. So if you have our standard service or premium service, this is free. I have to just go to the channel bar. You see them. Otherwise, if you don't have trade ideas at all and you want access to this on all you have to do is sign up for it. I'll give you a link. Again, it's very entry level. Yeah, I certainly can't speak for everybody. I don't, but I can't speak for it. You're talking about these. talking about these ones? Yeah, I think I tried them many years ago. I just didn't find them giving me what I was looking for. So, but that's a good question because if you're at all wondering if trade ideas can do something that you might like, well, all you have to do is right click on the alert window, configure, and search. So, if you're looking for all of our volume alerts and filters, just type in volume. You can see all of the alerts, filters that we've got that pertain to volume. If you wanted RSI, just type in RSI. You'll see what we have. And the thing is, though, that if you wanted it for whatever reason a 20-minute RSI, we don't have it, so you can't make it up. So that's a good way just to do a search, rather than having to ask me or wonder about it. What a move. 42%. Look at the float, guys. 3.3 million in the float. Probably did a reverse split at some point. And out of nowhere. You think, look at the previous day's actions. Look at this. Nothing, nothing, nothing. We have a low here of about 580. We have a high here of about, 639. So pretty tight range for a long time. This is back in August 16th. Nothing. No clue that this was going to happen when they released earnings. Let's see what Pays is doing. I know it was an early alert from my scanner. Didn't really pan out. It got up to it got up to 373. So I suppose on a percentage breakdown, 353 up to 370 is okay. But it would have been better, obviously, if it held this area. But I don't know about. Oh, you're saying this is after hours? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, very few companies release earnings after hours on a Friday. Very few. But, as I've said a million times, I do not play earnings. Gonna love Zach's enthusiasm. Lots of volume. Look at the volume. These are the biggest volume bars of the day. These two, even when it started lifting. But look at the volume here. No idea, April. I really don't know. Okay, I popped the link in, Ernesto. I'll take a look at it. First of all, bouncing off the VWAP is a tough one. Are you using the filter? But anyway, let's see what you've got. Oh, no, no, I need the cloud link. Okay, right click, save or share to cloud, okay? That you're using the collaboration, which is there's only one reason we have the collaboration. So you use, like you did yesterday, didn't you send me your layout yesterday? There we go. And it's just the one scan, right? It's not a layout. Before I do it? Okay. So you're looking for stocks that are within 5% of the VWAP. Not sure why you need that one. The price is no more than 1%, but or 0.01%. But okay, it's just maybe as a tad below. Now this is the one up at least 10 cents from the open. I mean that might also. Have you been able to check this? You know, was it up 20 cents in the last 5 minutes? I mean, it's hard for me to know, of course. Current volume is 2, a new high. So it's hard for me to know what is not triggering and why. The one thing you can take a look at, okay, is I'm going to give you this and you might be able to figure it out yourself. Just give me one moment. Okay, so this is the stocks like this template, okay? Well, what you can do is you can put the VWAP here, up here, every one of these columns. So when you get it, you can input, say the single. Hey, goods! You made it for the last 12 minutes. So this is a great template if you're trying to figure out, well, what were the alerts, what were the values of the alert of the filters at the time, at various times. So I've got all these columns here. You can add as many columns as you want. Okay. So for instance, you might want to have the VWAP. Obviously, you want the VWAP added as a column, and then you right-click, configure, and go to symbol list, and then type in the symbol and you'll see what all the values were all day long every time it made a new high, as an example. Okay. So for instance, you know, some of the ones you had is up in the last 5 minutes or 15 minutes, 20 cents. You'll be able to see exactly what it was. You know, I mean, it's possible what you think might have been something satisfying your filter values was not. So I'm going to give you this, and you can take a look. This is good for anybody. Also, this is typically what we do if you're looking to build your own strategy. Okay, so this is the stocks. Okay, so again, you can add as many columns as you want. And so for instance, let's just take a look at, well, if I do a history of DATs, this is what will happen. Okay, so I happen to have Datsun before. So I can see exactly the filter values, at all these time frames. Now, obviously, after 931, Datsun did not make a new high anymore. So I can see all the filter values. And these are just filters. You can add in whatever ones you want. So this is for those of you who are ambitious and want to create your own strategy and back test it. This is a starting point, because what happens is you can say, you know what, I'd love to see stocks that did what ABC did, and so you take this template, you do the single stock window, symbol list, and then the single symbol, type the symbol in, and then you'll see all the values. Then you can say, okay, well, let's see, that had a relative volume when it was really starting to move. It had a relative volume of 3. The minimum volume was 300,000. It was up 5%. On and on and on. And you can kind of create a strategy built around those filter values. Okay. Well, I'll let you check that. Okay. I mean, there could be other reasons why it did not show up. I would add the VWAP. I would add those other. What else did you have here? So I mean, you want to have the open, okay? You want to have these filters in at least, or at minimum, and then you can check the filter values when and type in ATER as an example, and the alert will be the new high. You'll see all the filter values and the times. Macrogenics, I know that one. I actually had this one when I used to do a little more swinging. Wow, yeah, look at this. How many years ago was it? I think I had it right about here. This is back in 2000. Is that right? Maybe even earlier. Remember, I swung this one. It took a while for about $10. What stocks? I have no idea. I mean, the stocks that have been moving all day, maybe resting, that maybe going to put in a pop at the end of the day. I mean, I can't predict which ones those are going to be, but the quadruple U, I mean, it's been slow like molasses, but it's, at least it's moving a little bit. This could pop. I mean, it's been basing like mad. Uranium is hot today. There's one you might want to take a look at. Has a little bit of room to the next high in the monthly chart, but it's pretty slow. Everyday goods, right? Okay. Ha 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 ha. Good one. Well, guys, let's see, it's 2:55. Unless there are any other questions, I think I'll just wrap it up now. Again, I'll stick around if there are questions, but I think I'll just wrap it up now. Another amazing week. Yeah, I forgot Monday was a holiday. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I will wrap this up. Let's get my script together. Okay, guys. Okay, I don't see any other questions, so I'm going to wrap this up right now. I'm going to just get my script in here, closing the room up. All right, I will open the room Monday morning at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Have a great weekend, everybody, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.